What's going on, family? How y'all doing? Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Miss Tap and Shot, Trev Smooth, Picking and Choosing Will, Lovely Brown, Aisha, Sweetie, Young White, myself, the PJ. Welcome to the People Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Good, good. How are you?
Dude, good to see you guys, man. Good to see you. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. All right. Y'all sound dry, man. Y'all supposed to be sitting here giving me some support or something, man. Ain't no ad-libs.
You be laid back. You know, a lot of the people that be hosting, they come on like, yo, let's go. And then they start. You be like, hey, how y'all doing?
Oh, yeah, true.
I mean, I'm on timeout. I'm on a word quota, so I didn't want to waste it on the intro.
Okay. I see what you did there, Will.
Is this Negro drinking water out of a beer mug?
Who? Trev?
Oh, hell.
Yo, I had these for like at least 6 months already, man. You're a little late.
Just because they be having in the cabinet, man. Going cabin.
Gotta use them for something, huh, man? They've been up in the cabinet collecting dust.
Yeah, I don't drink beer no more, so you know.
You stop drinking altogether?
Probably like twice a year.
Yeah, I don't think Trevor's a drinker, man. There's a few people like that. I think Hank.
I used to be.
I don't drink.
You don't drink either? Nothing?
No.
So he'll get that natural hat in.
I don't smoke or drink. Actually, I take that back. If I do drink something, it's gonna be something super chill, like Stella Rosa, and that's like twice a year. So I don't drink.
You drink wine coolers.
I don't even drink wine coolers technically, but you know, Stella is kind of like a wine cooler, but nah.
Yeah, like I found out True Table, he don't drink neither, man. I guess I surrounded myself around some positive folks, man, because I do have to have a cocktail here and there.
Well, you know, you got to do what your body tells you. You know, like if you do drink, I won't take anything away from you. Like as long as you're not a alky now, that's a different ball game. Once it's a vice and you no longer have control over it, I think that's once it becomes an issue. Other than that, you know, you sip here and there, and your vitals are okay. Have at it.
Okay. I mean, as long as you ain't judging me, Trev, I'm cool, man.
Yeah. Ever since I had that toothache and I found out the edibles work, and I went to the dispensary and bought so much shit. I ain't used none of it really, except for a few of the edibles. I just got a whole kaleidoscope of new shit that's just sitting there on the counter looking like, yeah, whenever you ready, big dog.
Well, I know I ain't going over there by your way, man. I ain't trying to get that damn high, Marcus. Yeah, all right. We got a full panel. I don't know who else is expecting to pull up, but we got a full panel. What's going on, Mr. McPherson? Okay. Struggle streaming. We were just talking about you too, man. So I'm glad you came up here before it got too crazy.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool. What was y'all saying about me? How charming I was?
Nah, it was the chat, really, man. And wasn't nobody on the panel. Yeah. Anyhow, it's good to see you, Dale Matthews, Branu, True Table, Jeremy. Can cook anything. What's going on? My first time seeing you. Welcome. We got Mills 36. Nahum. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. TJ Hardy. How you doing? Just Blaze 1011. Chess Sir Greystoke. Jordan, what's going on? I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you guys. That you come in, hit that like button. Also make sure you subscribe to the channel. And if you are catching this on the replay, hit that like button and also make sure you subscribe as well. Let's go ahead and get this show started, man. So today's topic is how women affect man's heart. How women affect a man's heart. I think this is an important topic, man, because I do believe that some men, if you listen to some of the stories, a lot of men have been heartbroken. They hurting out here. They in pain. And I can see the smile on the lady's face because they may agree with that statement. Maybe you guys might have dated a couple of them or experienced it and say they got some unresolved trauma that seems to be coming out in this relationship, or at least was relationship. But I think it's important, man, to get an understanding of how men are affected, if they are affected or not. We got some emotional, intelligent brothers on the panel, so I highly doubt that any of these men have been hurt, but we're going to find out. We're going to see if they ever been hurt by a woman before. So I'm opening up with a clip, and I got a series of questions. It's going to be like popcorn style, mostly. I may call on people here and there. So if you do not get a turn, don't take it personally. I'm just trying to keep the conversation flowing. So let's go ahead and get it going. Y'all ready? Lovely Brown, you there?
I'm here.
Okay. I hope to see you soon then, Miss Lovely Brown. We go.
Before in the past, but I'm going to say it again. A lot of women completely underestimate how deeply our actions can affect man. Because when a man loves, he truly does love with everything in him. Men love hard. And just as much as they love hard, the way they hurt is fucking worse. So imagine a man that is giving you his love, his trust, his loyalty, his respect. That same woman that he's given everything, a part of himself to, that just turns around and completely betrays him, does him dirty. You know how badly that can fuck with somebody? Like, I mean, this could be anybody, but for a man, men naturally don't open themselves up. They don't open their emotions up or express their emotions like that. So imagine having to go through that and not being able to fucking speak a word of it, or, you know, having to bottle it all up. That shifts something inside of that man's heart and his head that it's hard as fuck for them to come back from.
Starting off pretty heavy, man. I'm going to go ahead and pose this question to the panel first. Do men feel emotionally safe with women today? Why not? Do men feel emotionally safe with women today? Why not? I'm going to start with you first, M. White.
I'm sure you can guess my answer was going to be yes. As long as you got. So I think the issue would come with opening yourself around people you shouldn't be opening yourself up around. You kind of know people personality traits. If they the type of person that's going to violate your trust, they the type of person that's going to mock you, they the type of person that's going to tell your business, they the type of person that's going to do certain things, then no, you shouldn't be making yourself emotionally available to them. And if you do, you should not continuously do it once you figure out that they're that type of person. The women in my life, they hold it down. I ain't gonna hold you. My wife hold it down. My neighbor, she hold it down if I needed something from her. Aunts, cousins, they solid as fuck. I can't hold you. Like, I don't know. That's just my personal experience with the women in my life. I know I've seen the other side. I just wouldn't affiliate with those women. Like, they exist. They exist in abundance online, especially, but I just wouldn't affiliate with them. Like, stay clear the fuck away from it. I mean, I'm gonna have general topical conversations, but I'm not gonna be spilling my heart out or talking about something that really bothered me to somebody that I know gonna turn around and throw that shit in your face. It don't make sense. It don't make no sense.
All right. Miss Ty, I'm coming to you. Do men feel emotionally safe with women today? Why not?
I actually more so agree with Marcus and White. I really feel like it really just depends on the women that you're around. I think for men who maybe understand discernment and reading people, they know not to open themselves up around every woman that they encounter. And they're able to sift through the type of women that they can be vulnerable with. But social media is pushing a mass majority of women that you wouldn't be comfortable being vulnerable with or opening up to. The problem is that perception that's shown on social media is not reality. So I think more men are able to be comfortable with women that are actually in their world, opposed to, just random women on the street.
All right, go ahead, Miss Jasmine. Same question. Do men feel emotionally safe with women today? Why not? You're on mute. I can't hear you, just so you know. No.
No, still?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. It was probably my headphones. I'm gonna say no. And I say that because of how I was raised. That men are really not taught to have emotions. They don't cry. They don't get upset. They don't have anything. So, how can I really have a safe place for a person that doesn't have emotions? And a lot of women are taught that men don't have emotions, or they're not taught to use their emotions. So we can't really create a safe space for these men if they never show these emotions. So we're not taught that.
What about you, Mr. Darwin? Do men feel emotionally safe with women today? Why not?
I'm gonna say no, they don't. One, their own experiences whenever they do let out their emotions, it's still like a battle between a woman. It's a battle between whose emotions or whose feelings matter the most. And it's really, really difficult to win that battle with a woman because they're really emotionally charged most of the time. And they feel entitled to be emotionally charged, or they feel entitled to take favor when it's time to cater to emotions. Even if both of them have uh, an equal amount of pain or trauma or feelings towards some type of situation, the woman is still going to, it's just this innate entitlement that, hey, look, my feelings should matter more because you are a man. And that's just how the standard or the double standard works. The second thing is just witnessing men pour out and then seeing the reaction of women obliterate them. And the guys, M. White and Ty hit it on the spot. Social media, man. I can't tell you how many times I've seen Tyrese pour his heart out, and they come to the comments to crush him. My personal experience, I've always guarded myself emotionally until I got really comfortable with the person I was dealing with. So I've always remained stoic, always, remain bottom line mindset and not really let my feelings get involved until I really, really got comfortable. And it really has to be something serious for me to be able to pour out my emotions. Like it's got to be like maybe a death in the family. Maybe she done something so serious that I can't just keep it bottled up. I gotta like pour out and let her know how I feel so she can take the seriousness of the situation. That's about it. But other than that, like if I'm really having a bad day or if I'm really feeling down, you know what I'm saying? If I hear something about one of my friends that took a L or something, I just keep it to myself. You know what I'm saying? Because when you're dealing with a woman, in my experience, you could take your emotional feelings or something that happened to you to her. All it takes for her to have a situation pop up, and everything that you just emotionally poured out don't even matter anymore. So the hell with that, and I'll yield.
All right. Go ahead, Miss Aisha. Coming to you. Do men feel emotionally safe with women today? Why not?
I don't think so. I think that most men, I agree with Jasmine in the sense that like it's what you were taught. Like if you were a man and your mom or dad or your parents taught you to be emotionally secure at a young age, then you might be able to express your emotions. But in real life, boys aren't boys' feelings aren't prioritized growing up. It just is, it's never been that way. So I think a lot of men, like Darwin said, they are very stoic. So it's not that women would not support you emotionally. Most of the time they just don't tell us. Like you could legitimately be like, how's your day today? And they're gonna say it was great every day. You know what I mean? So even if it wasn't. But I think that as a woman, as a wife or a partner, that it's your job to be able to pick up on certain emotional cues because you should have that connection to where if it's something wrong, you should be able to just know it. And it's like kind of taking self out of it and being like, okay, I see that something is obviously wrong. So, but it's a lot of men that just don't want to have that conversation. Like they don't want to tap into that emotional side of things. I don't think
I left one little thing off. I would say that most men are emotionally connected to the things they work hard for and their children. And because of those two things are severely under attack whenever you get into relationships with women, it really makes you unsafe emotionally. Because ripping everything that you achieved away is another one thing that can break your heart. And what ripping your children away is another. So yeah, society is not handling women are not handling that very well this way in this society. So I would say those two things, most critical things.
Yeah, and I think I want to add this caveat. Maybe if you are overly emotional man, like you just always in your feelings, then you may feel that people don't. I'm not really that emotional, right? I told you the only two times since my father passed that I even shed a tear was when Nip died, and I was watching a movie about a father trying to do something for his kids. Out of 30 years, those my two moments. So I'm also not bleeding on people. So that could be the other thing. Like there are people who, for whatever right or wrong reasons, do walk around bleeding on people. I can see how they might feel that way, but for the most part, I'd be intact. So I wouldn't have a negative experience to draw from. Oh no, I'll take that back. The one lady did do something. When I remember I was telling you, JR, about the building collapse, and I tried to rush in and save her
Yeah.
brother,
Mhm.
and then she tried to blame me for not lifting these 1,000-pound like cylinder blocks, so concrete blocks. Like I couldn't save his life, and when she was breaking down, she kind of was blaming me. I'm like, that shit was bogus. But outside of that, yeah, I don't got no other real incidents like that.
Okay. This lovely Brown coming to you. Do men feel emotionally safe with women today? Why? Why not?
I don't think so. And I don't think it's really what it is I think that we as Black women, or just in women in general, we aren't creating a safe space. So we're not focusing enough on how to create a safe space because we're not listening. So, I don't even honestly think it's fair for us as women to answer that question without knowing how the brothers feel first, to be honest. But I don't think so.
We feel like we want you to cam them up. Can we be emotionally safe and
Trying to
ask you
get
to cam
Will
them up?
literally just he sent this to me like 20 minutes ago, so I'm trying to get myself together now. I got you.
All right.
Bear with me.
All right, we got you. We got you. Thank you, Miss Lovely. Go ahead. Picking and choosing. Will. Do men feel emotionally safe with women today? Why? Why not? Give you a second. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Sweeney.
The answer is no. They do not. And they tell y'all they don't every single day. Now, I mean, to NY's point and Bruce's point, do you find somebody that you to be emotionally vulnerable to after a while? Yeah, maybe. But just in general, if you go out there and ask the average everyday man, do they feel safe to open up to women emotionally? They're going to tell you no. For a number of reasons. One of many is that they feel like either it's going to fall on deaf ears or it's going to be used against them. I was just talking to a client today about that. She was talking about how guys don't really talk like that or whatever. I was like, yeah. And I personally believe one of the main reasons is because we know ain't nobody gonna come and save us. So that's why we don't complain. Ain't nobody gonna be there to pick up the pieces for us. So we just say, most people tell you, like, eat that shit. What you gonna do about it? That's for the most part. Are men clamming up emotionally? No, we always got somebody we can talk to. But the question is, do we feel emotionally safe with women? No.
Sweeney, in your life, most of the women that you interact with, that you really like have a personal relationship, you telling me you don't feel like you could come to them and talk to them about something if you needed to without them weaponizing it against you?
No, but I do have very few women in my life that but the few that I do have, yeah, I can talk to. Speaking like my wife, a couple of homegirls, they my best friends. I've been friends with them since like high school. And then outside of that, though, I don't think there's ever been a time where I can just meet any just chick. I don't think there's probably a chick, a woman that I can meet today, and I don't care if it's 5 years from now, 10 years from now that we've known each other, that I'll be able to say that I'll be able to talk to them about. And even with my close friends, I probably still can't tell them about most of the stuff that goes on in my life. But I think that's men in general, though. I don't think we open up to most people about like y'all ever notice when it comes to men, our whole life could be falling apart. But we'd say, hey, bro, how you doing, man? And he'd be like, man, shit, just trying to stay above water, man. I'm doing all right, though. Our whole life could be falling apart. And I think part of that is, like I said, is because me coming to you and just telling you my problems don't help me. You know what I mean? And they not going to help me. They're not going to say, oh, man, they're not going to, you know what I mean? They're not going to try. They're going to tell you, I would. They might give you some advice. They might tell you, hey, look, what you going to do about, you know what I mean, fixing that or whatever. But we know that for the most part, crying or spilling our heart out doesn't yield results, or the desired result that we want. Our desired result our desired result in life when we have a problem is we want a solution to the problem. And when we want a solution to that problem, crying about the problem doesn't yield that solution. Whereas, I'm going to be honest, with women, y'all may feel there's a difference in that dynamic. Y'all can go out there and spill your heart and tell somebody about your problem. And I mean, at least y'all got a 50% shot of your problem being solved just by crying about it or speaking about it. That doesn't work for us.
So do you think that's about men not wanting to open, or women not being able to receive men emotionally, or is that more about the way that we wired to not operate like that?
A little bit of both. Actually, it's a lot of bit of both. I think it's honestly 50-50 of those two specific things. I think when we find somebody that we can rock with and open up emotionally to, we good. But like dating and if you ain't got nobody like that, dating and all of that, then nah, it's gonna be like it's 50-50 of both of those. But for the most part, I would say in general, it's 70 of ain't nobody gonna help you, and then 30% not feeling safe for women.
I don't know. I feel like you got girl cousins.
Yeah, and I don't think I ever ran to them and told them about my shit.
Was that a personal choice, or did they do something to make you feel like you couldn't trust them with that information?
No, it ain't. It's just a like I said, it's part of the I don't believe that me complaining gonna solve a problem.
So my question is, if men decide to never really confide in women, or the women that you actually trust in your circle, in your family, the people around you, because of those standards, right? Because you don't feel like there's a fix, then can we really even measure if you feel comfortable enough to be emotional with them if you've never even tried it?
I think that's actually a really good question. I would say, if your man doesn't want to open up emotionally, it's probably more than likely the reason that I gave as far as us not believing that people will help us. Mm-hmm. And I would just say, just let him be, because he gonna figure the shit out on his own anyway. Now, if we talking about a crash out's gonna crash out regardless. They're gonna show you their emotions and do whatever. You're gonna see that's obvious. We're talking about a guy that knows how to that doesn't speak that much, but he just moves, and you just be like, man, I wonder what's on his mind. And he just be like, shit, trying to figure out life. So I would say that honestly, I think this topic and the way that we're approaching it is only because we're asked, why don't we open up emotionally? Mm-hmm. And then part of it is that when we do, there's an issue because don't nobody really care. But then also it's like, well, if you're gonna ask, well, let me go ahead and tell you the reason why then. But I think if you honestly left your man alone, he'd be just fine.
But I think that stems from like that part of people are not going to hear. It stems from a childhood. Like I've always heard my dad tell my brother, suck it up, be a man. Nobody's going to hear this. The world's not going to care. You got to figure it out. Like I heard him say this over and over again. So when you grow up, you start to believe that. And then when you do get a woman that's like, well, how can I help you? It's,
You
I'm
shut
gonna suck
down.
it up. I'm gonna figure it
Mhm.
out. You could. And my question for you, now that you're married, those standards change, because a wife is supposed to be a helpmate. And if you're still in this mode of, I'm gonna figure it out, I got it, I'm gonna suck it up, then what is the wife is doing? How can she help you in that area if you're trying to figure everything out? Like, what can we do? Because I'm a wife now, and my husband's still somewhat in that mindset. So how can I help him, but not come off as I'm nagging, like, to open up? Like, tell me what's wrong.
I'm gonna give you a perfect thing, and I swear if you follow this, you won't go wrong.
Okay.
Help him when he asks you to. That's it. When he comes and asks, be open to help him. As long as his mouth shut and he doing his thing, then let him do his thing. You hassling him over why he's not opening up to you, why he's trying to do his thing, ain't gonna make him open up more. But when he comes to you, be available.
None of that works though, because
my
she
dad
said that.
died doing that. My dad ended up having a heart attack, and we didn't know he had health problems because of that mindset. I'm not trying to lose another man in my life because of that mindset. So there has to be some compromise, or that we can get around that as women, that we care about y'all men. How can we not be nagging, but still figure out how to help y'all? Because waiting for y'all to tell us.
It don't start
Yeah,
with
it's
the
the
kid like
same
you
thing.
think it does. You think it start with the kid because you said your father told your I guess your brother that, hey, the world is not going. He's not. He's speaking from what he endured in the world. He's preparing his son for where he got to go out into the world. So even if he tell him to open up emotionally, the world is still going to shut that down the moment he exit the door. That's where your father's speaking from. So the issue is not at home like you think it is. It's actually out in society. Take it for example. I think all the brothers on here seen this older guy sitting in front of his wife and his daughter's on the sign. I think it was at Yalling Van Zandt. His wife was apologizing for falsely accusing him from essaying his daughters, and he didn't want to accept her apology. Do you know how much emotional toil and internalized destruction he had to go through, all whatever years or whatever he had to endure, and nobody even believed him? But you got so many men out here that's going through that today, being falsely accused, and by default, we're guilty just because we're a man, because we have the power to do it. So you got to see how unsafe it is for us to, even if this man, I don't even know how to count how many times he probably said, hey, look, I didn't do this. I love my family. I love my daughter. I even love my wife. Nobody is here to call him. So when your father's teaching your son that, he's teaching him that if he ever go into that situation, you know what I'm saying? Nobody's going to be there. You can be as emotionally open as you want. Unless women come out and cancel or pick up their signs and march against all of that foolery, only maybe we'll start feeling safe. Because a man walking out of his household, unless he in a relationship with this woman, unless this woman is his, women are pretty much the enemy. When they look at you, they don't even smile. You got to watch what you say around them. Like, you can't even fall down and ask a woman, hey, can you help me? Nigga, I don't know you. Can you pay my bill? Like, you got to understand the situation, man. We can't be emotional because it's just going to be shoved right back in our faces. So you got to, and I get it that the title or the question might be emotional with the one you're with, but I'm looking at it as emotional around women. Like, y'all are asking, like your cousins, your sisters, female coworkers. Nah, man. They're gonna call you thirsty or a simp or a sucker. You know what I'm saying? But as long as you hard and you giving them that bad boy persona, you good to go. The moment you start opening up, nah, they ain't even trying to hear that.
I don't think that's true. That's just so crazy to me. That perspective. First of all, I respect your perspective, right? Because that's coming from a man, and maybe you've dealt with that. Maybe you've ran into those type of women, and if you have, then I sincerely apologize on their behalf. Because the fact that you saying that you can't go around and even women don't even smile at you is crazy to me. Like, no matter where I go, I smile at people. I'm nice to people. If someone failed, whether it's a man or a woman, I'm going to help. I just don't understand that mindset. I don't know women like that. Like, I'm not around women like that. That's not how I grew up. I just don't see that. I feel that's what social media pushes. And we see it so much that we believe it's reality when it's not. I think there are way more women out here that genuinely care for our man rather than the amount of women that are actually going after them or only using them to gain something from the situation. And I actually agree with Jasmine. I need to figure out how we can fix this issue and this lack of communication between the two of us, because like her, I lost my father the same way. He had a stroke and dealt with it all day before he went to the hospital and ended up passing because he didn't want to talk about it or didn't want to come off as weak. Like, it doesn't make sense when you are surrounded by people who desperately care for you. And his wife was a nurse. He decided not to say something. Like, it just doesn't make sense. I feel like it's a personal thing. It's an ego battle with y'all to be strong all the time, but you don't have to.
I was going to agree with you because I personally, like, I don't know, it's almost ingrained in me that whining, uh not being in control of the situation is a form of weakness, and I try to keep all weakness as far away from me as possible. Like, so I would be one of those people who, like, might have had a stroke. Now I would tell my wife if I, when it's happening, but I wouldn't want to go to the hospital. I just want to figure how can I tough this out? How can I, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You
I
can't.
definitely,
You need a
yeah.
doctor.
So
Like,
I just
that's
want to
why
jump in
women
real
are
quick.
here.
So Todd, check this out. You see how Darwin was able to kind of articulate himself and give you his POV, and then immediately following, you inadvertently invalidated it, right? Even though you didn't mean to. That's kind of what he's explaining, how it plays out. Whereas a man will give you his POV and let you know, like, okay, this is what's going on in my situation. But then it was minimized. And I'm not saying you were doing anything nefarious or not, but I'm just saying that's the perspective that we kind of mean. And that doesn't happen to me in my personal life, right? Women smile at me and stuff. Okay, I get it. But at the same time, we can't invalidate what he's talking about. And it almost seemed like you thought it was extremely strange, right? And that's no knock against you at all, but it's just to kind of lay out exactly what he means and what happens. I don't know if y'all ever saw it. I did a video on it too with the wire spool, where the dude, he had a wire spool and he was trying to explain it to like his wife or whatever. And he bought it when he was young as hell. And he was like about his retirement age and it was almost gone. And there was some symbolism to it and that she just dismissed it. And that's kind of how men feel, right? And it's not always that people lash out or whatever, but sometimes it's just dismissed or misunderstood. And that's kind of why men will just be like, you know what the hell did I even open my mouth for?
And what was jacked up about that wire spool thing was that after all the backlash, he wound up being the one to kind of like shield his wife and apologize to his wife, even though his feelings were the ones that were technically hurt in that moment. After like a week, he was the one that wound up having to shield his wife from all the backlash, and then also he had to apologize for her. Well, apologize to her for what happened to her, even though she was the one that posted the video.
I just wanted to say something. So to the gentleman that just spoke, the young lady actually didn't invalidate him. Before she even gave her opinion on anything, she said that she apologized for women who done him wrong. And then she also let him know that his feelings were valid. I brought that up to say, like, a lot of times I don't think y'all brothers know what you want in response from us. And when you don't hear exactly what you want, instead of telling us that, you'll tell us what we're doing wrong. And it becomes like this circular blame game. But she definitely didn't invalidate him, and she Just saying.
Thank you, lovely. I thought I did. I was like, maybe
You
I
didn't.
did.
So
I don't know.
so all right. So what's happening, right? Is you're pretty much doubling down, right, and making the situation worse. That's what we're doing right now. You're not even understanding what's happening here. That's the problem, right? And I don't think that the worst word I mentioned was inadvertently, but it doesn't matter. It's still shit. You could put dressing on it. You could put Parmesan cheese on it. It's still shit, right? And nobody's saying that she did it on purpose. I'm just trying to display the example, and you literally are doubling down right now.
No,
Worse.
I think it appears that I'm doubling down because I think that you already have your decision in your mind made up on what women are doing wrong. And you're not really in a place to understand that, to even see, like, what do they say, the forest through the trees? You know what I mean? Like, so I feel like I didn't allow you to disregard the fact that she actually went out of her way to apologize on behalf of a group of women she's never met that have wronged this man. If anyone
Just
did
ask Darwin, how did you feel about it though? Darwin, do you
Right,
feel
I
like
was about to say, let's
that I was correct or no? That kind of is the determining factor.
I think Trev took the. If I was to respond, Trev took the words right out of my mouth. Pause.
And from coming from a female, I understand where they're coming from when they said invalidated, because the first thing you did say was, I don't think that's true. And then you went into, I apologize on behalf of. So when you started with that statement, I don't think that's true, that basically kind of disregarded everything he just said when he's telling you what I said wasn't true. And then he's like coming from a man and explaining what my father did. And then you said what you said. So it can come off like I gave you this whole spiel, and then you're saying, "Oh, I don't think that's true." That kind of seemed like you invalidated him when you did that.
Right.
So, how do you feel about what Jasmine just said, Ty? Can you understand that, or do you think
Yeah,
you
no,
just?
I can understand it. Like Trey said, that really wasn't my point. I was just saying that's just something I've never seen from women when dealing with men, but I do understand that everybody's perception, everybody's reality, and everybody's situations are different, right? So I apologize, Darwin, if I did invalidate your feelings. That was not my intention at all. Your feelings are valid 100%. I didn't mean to come off and just say that's not true. It's not true in my experience, but this is the man's experience. So
I accept your apology, and it's just it actually plays into the point. I think Trev was making. This is what happens. Women can sometimes get it wrong, and when we see that happening, inside we're like, "Fuck! How did that just happen? Like, what just happened here?" But then we're like, I'm just close it off. Maybe they just don't understand, or maybe they don't want to stand. Who knows? I'm just, just leave it alone. But you got other men around, so they're able to see that and point it out. But this is typically what happens on a day-to-day basis for men. Men are going through things and are saying, this is what's happening. This is what's happening to us. They're crying out. But then you have a group of women who may misinterpret that as, oh, that's extreme, or, oh, I never experienced. So that's why we kind of just shield ourselves. And that's actually speaking to the question that we just feel unsafe about it. When we actually come out, go ahead, Trev.
Nah, the only thing that I was gonna say is that it was also presented with an assault, right? At the same time, it was mentioned that I wasn't in a space to even acknowledge that type of a perspective, and I'm listening to it. I'm like, damn, are we hearing two different things? You understand what I'm saying? Is it making any sense yet? What's going on? Because if we flip this around and we were asking women, certain things that we know we couldn't understand, there's certain things about women it's extremely hard for us to get. We try and we can't, and we acknowledge that, right? There's certain things that you go through as women, you just ain't going. We're not going to dig it. We'll try our damnedest, but we probably won't. But what we shouldn't do, and what I think most of the gentlemen on the panel would not do, is try to invalidate it, and then try to make it seem like a person is weirder or just lacks that much perspective to where they can't even understand what's happening in real time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I didn't get any of that from what she did. I really don't. I didn't, but that's my stance on it. And
Okay, Miss Lovely. Okay, Miss Brown, hold tight for 1 second. Let me just go ahead and get Will in there because I do got a series of questions. I want to make sure we keep it rolling. Will, answer that same question and then we'll move on. Do men feel emotionally safe with women today? Why not?
I don't really think I'm qualified to answer this question because I don't feel safe or unsafe with women. I don't even think of terms of safe when it comes to women. That just doesn't register for me. And maybe that's me being damaged. I'm not exactly sure if that someone would call that my toxic trait or whatnot. But I feel safe, I guess, talking to my woman. Like I could tell her whatever. I don't worry about her using things against me. She calls me out on what she think is BS all the time. And I don't be like, oh, I'm not going to tell you things because I'm worried about you using it against me. So I don't know. This doesn't register for me. But when I hear guys talk about being safe with women, it just doesn't register. And I don't really know how to give it any more explanation than that. But I would like to respond to something Ty said really quick with that back and forth. A lot of women say things like, the women I'm around, I don't see this, I don't see that. Well, you don't see crime. You know the prisons exist. You know the courtrooms exist. They're overloaded with cases. Stuff is being dealt with every day, unbeknownst to us. We're oblivious to certain things. I think that if women wanted to understand men better, I think women will stop trying to get men to understand them, and they will do what they can to understand the men. If they're of the mindset that a man is doing everything he can to improve upon her life. So if I make this point and I'll be done. If I knew somebody was trying to make my life better, like I'm not just talking about in theory, I'm talking about in action as far as working, protecting me, providing for me, trying to love me the way I profess I want to be loved, I will stop trying to get that man to understand me. And I will do everything I can to understand him. And if he's not worth you understanding him, then you shouldn't be with him. But I think that when people spend their time trying to understand the person, and this applies for men too, but I think if people spend their time trying to understand the person, it's a lot less effort than trying to get them to understand you. Because I think if people don't want to understand you, they just don't want to be with you. And I think it becomes a way easier interaction when you just say, look, my focus is to make sure I understand you.
Jay, are you muted?
Can you hear me? All right, I did have a question for the gentleman. What's one way a woman has positively or negatively affect you emotionally? What's one way a woman has positively or negatively affected you emotionally? This is questions for the men.
What's one way a woman has positively or negatively affect? Or negative effect? Well, I could speak on my ex-wife. When I got divorced, that was a major negative effect on me. Actually, that was the hardest thing I ever dealt with in my life. So yeah, just divorce. They say going through a divorce is like a death in the family. You know, I think it's actually worse than a death because I think men love harder than women do. Women say that they love men, and women profess to be this, that, and the third, but men are the lovers. Women are not lovers like that. They think they are, but they're not. Men are lovers. Men will die for the things that they love. Women just think they will in theory. You don't hear about women dying for people that they love. You don't hear women getting gunned down trying to protect someone. Men are lovers. For you ladies who, well, just so y'all know, y'all won't be triggered when y'all listen to me. That's just what happens. You ladies are not lovers. So y'all need to get that out y'all mind. If anybody on this panel are lovers, it's the 6 guys up here. If we qualify to be lovers, all guys aren't lovers either, but guys are the ones who are charged with loving. God even tells us to love our brides, right? So when a man goes through something like a divorce, oftentimes women don't even understand what that's like because women are the ones initiating the divorces. So women don't even really, in large part, grasp what a divorce feels like because they're the initiators of it. They're the ones that want it to happen and they're seeking happiness. So a divorce represents happiness for women. Understand they got these parties like I do, I mean, I did, I do, I did, I don't. Right? They got the little cakes with the little divorce parties and everything. Men don't do stuff like that. It is very tumultuous for men to go through that process for the most part because men lose their woman, they lose their kids, they lose their money. And the worst part about it, like they say, it's a death in the family, but the death is twice as bad because the person who you want is still alive and walking away from you. So you're seeing their back as they're leaving you. So it's a very detrimental on the man's mental. So, and I could say I experienced that. And then the bad thing about it is this is where the whole safe thing I think these gentlemen are referencing. When a man professes that a divorce broke them or nearly broke them, women shame him for that, talk crazy to him for that. Can't wait for an opportunity to bring it up. Like, what's the famous line that Black women use? Who hurt you? Is there a reason for that line besides throwing salt on a potential wound? There's no. I've only been hurt, I guess, one time in my life by a woman, and like I said, it was a divorce. But that doesn't resonate with me today. It was there for about a year and a half, but it's something in the past now. And stoic men eventually get over that. They stumble, but they don't fall. And so that's all I can really say to that. I don't really resonate with this topic as much as maybe some other people, or maybe I just can't articulate it well enough as maybe some of the other brothers can.
I think you did a good job, Will. I mean, you became a little bit vulnerable right there. So I think what you had to say is relevant. But to the other gentleman, what's one way a woman has positively or negatively affected you emotionally? Darwin, Trev, White?
I can give some positive points and some negative ones because it's a two-part question. So I'll do the positive first. Birthing my children, you know, when a woman births my children, it emotionally affected me in a positive way because I was able to see all the pain she was willing to endure, not only for the child, but for bringing my bloodline into the world. It made me feel emotional in a positive way. So it made me really love her even more. She was willing to lay out on the table for me and bring in my two little babies. So I appreciate that and love her for that. Sexual pleasures, man. Oh my God, I can't tell you. Well, I don't even want to go into that. Still thinking about it. But yeah, the sexual pleasure is most definitely emotional. I ain't gonna talk about it though. But creating a peace. Creating a peace in the home. When I come home from work, when I used to work, house is clean, meal cooked. It just made me feel like very appreciated. I came home to a peaceful place. I can't tell you how many brothers can resonate with that. Being able to come home and just unload, and she welcome you to her arms. Everything's all right in the house. Kids are good. The bills are paid. She just doing her part, man. And these things are very little. It might be shocking that the things that positively charge a man are very small. And women may think that's a hard task, but that's all we really be asking for. Just appreciating the things we do for our family and how are you showing up to show appreciation. It allows us to emotionally feel safe around you because we know you appreciate us. On the negative things, obviously cheating. I got cheated on before. I got slapped before. That shit wasn't cool because she didn't even do it with her palm. She had the audacity to backhand me. And
Hey,
if she would have did it with her
that's
palm,
fucked up.
it would have been fine because I could take that. You know what I'm saying? She was mad. I did something stupid. I deserved to get hit at that point, but not backhanded. No. And the reason why it made me feel emotionally in a negative way, because I wanted to. I said, there's no way you can backhand me. Now I can't even tell nobody that I got backhanded.
You just did.
But I got over it now. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So all this time, I was lying. You know what I'm saying? That's what affected me negative because over the years, it made me even more pissed that I had to keep lying because I wasn't ready to be honest about it because I felt like everybody was going to laugh at me. So it kind of destroyed my ego, just kind of destroyed my manhood. And I had to restrain myself. And I am not going to tell you when I finally told the guys what happened, I'm not going to even tell y'all what they said they would have did. But I told them I could never do that. I was wrong in the first place. She had hit me before, but she never hit me like that. Like that's what I knew I had to walk away from that bitch. I mean, from that woman. But I'm gonna yield on that.
So I used to use pain as fuel, like the death of my father, the death of my cousins, people being taken away, locked up, losing a home, like all of those things I was using as like a catapult to like make me want to succeed and push and go harder and all of that. And I talked about struggling with this before. In the space that I'm in now, the with the kids and just the overall joy that I get within the house, it's like that was removed from me. So the same drive to go hard, I'm trying to figure out how to transition using positivity into being a driving force as opposed to negativity. Because I will always like hang my head on, well, these niggas couldn't survive when I survived. Nobody can survive when I survived. That's what I would tell myself. And it would just make me go, 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 go. And then when I got in a space where everything just seemed to be, couldn't really ask for more. It's like I just really don't have the desire and ambition to do extra. Because I'm like, shit, everything is perfect. I just wanted to stay just like this, like just stay like this forever, and I'm good. So it benefited because it like removed some of the pain or kind of it transformed it into something else. But it's negative because that was a superpower for me. Like I always felt like you grow through what you go through. I went through all this bullshit, and this shit made me as strong as possible. And then, like, I don't feel the same pain no more. Like a lot of shit, I just like, man, whatever, whatever, whatever. So I'm in the process of figuring out how to transform positivity into something that I could use to fuel me, as opposed to like death or just all the other bullshit. So it's a double-edged sword. I'm happy it's that way, but at the same time, I do kind of miss that ambition and desire from when I just had the hugest chip on my shoulder. You know what I'm saying? Um, yeah, yeah.
So for positive, I would definitely say I could kind of speak to what Darren was talking about. Just to be able to have that oasis when you or finish fighting through your day. Most of us have a fight through our day, right? It's not easy. So when you have somebody who's just being considerate, that would think of you and think of things that'll make your life easier without you having to ask, that right there just gives you you could be at ease. It's greatly appreciated. As far as negative, yeah, I had a little time period like in the beginning when I first started today. I'm talking about like teenage years and stuff like that. And yeah, negative emotional like, and I didn't understand the game really, so I invested like way too much into females without expecting anything in return. And you know what happens when you do that, you get played. So um after that, you go through that trauma, and you're obviously going to have a reaction, which turned me into something else for quite a while before I was able to recalibrate and get to where I'm in a better situation right now. So I would definitely say that heartbreak that you receive in your early years, and a lot of us do. I know some of us came out of the womb as max. I wasn't one of them, so I had some growing pains, and during that process, I learned a lot. But it forever changed the trajectory of my life because of those experiences, and absolutely changed my approach towards dating, to where it became more of a strategy versus me just going in good faith.
You know what? I'm looking at the thing as it scroll down. I didn't even really read it properly because I focused on the negative. And it also asks positively or negatively affected you emotionally. So as I think, like, my woman is a very unique person to me. I've met a lot of women. Obviously, I play sports. I went to high school, college, lived in multiple states. Um, I'm a very outgoing social person. So it's like I never met a stranger. And I just talk to women like everywhere I go. She look at me and she just shake her head now because I mess with the ladies. If we go through a drive-through, if we go to a restaurant, whoever's serving the table, I clown with all the clerks at the grocery stores. Like, I'm just the social butterfly when it comes to that. My woman is someone who pays attention. Like, her discernment is very high, and she'll tell me about women. Like, she tell me about a lot of the women I talk to on Instagram. She'll be like, "Oh my gosh," and she'll say something and she'll be spot on every time. I don't always see it right away, but her discernment is so strong. And through my ups and downs in life, all the women I knew, women that I like, ex-wife, sisters, cousins, my mama, just friends, aunts, aunts, or whatever. She's been the most supportive person in every avenue, every sector of my life. So I got to give her some shout out, some praise, because I do it privately and I don't have a problem. I do it publicly on social media, but on this platform, I'm gonna give her a shout out because she supports everything I do. And I've never ever met a person. That's why I'm like so stoic, and I don't really, my emotions are like turned off to so many things. And I say I'm probably damaged. It may be a toxic trait. But with her, I'm like, man. And like I tell her all the time, I'm like, the way you support me and the way I interact with women in the world, to leave you, to grow half a brain, to leave her. I mean, I'm gonna just tell y'all straight up, it would be one of the dumbest things I could ever do in life. Because I mean, I'll just be honest with y'all. I mean, the women I've encountered, I've met some great women. They just pale in comparison to the type of woman she is, and she's just a phenomenal woman. So the positivity that I've experienced in a woman, yes, my woman has definitely met, exceeded, and just the metrics there's not even a metric system that can even measure what she's done for me. So shout out to her.
All right, go ahead, Sweeney.
I'm gonna go in a different direction. If I had to say, negatively, I would say probably being in this space for the better part of the last 3 years have been some of single-handedly the most frustrating conversations I've ever had. You know what I mean? And I can honestly say that having these conversations have definitely played a part negatively affecting me emotionally. Depending on the conversation, there's been a number of them. Positively though, I ain't gonna lie. Last week when Danielle came back on the show, they hit me in the feels a little bit. I was like, damn. Sometimes it feels good to get through to somebody, and they kind of see, you know what I mean? See where you're coming from and understand where you're coming from. And after being on show after show where maybe how we as men feel goes unheard or is disrespected or falls on what the fuck am I trying to say? Oh hell, fuck it. But yeah.
Yeah, ears.
Yeah. But I was basically about to say the same thing again. But yeah, that shit can fuck with you. I mean, and it's not only here, but like it's even worse on TikTok. If you do some of those TikTok lives, and sometimes some of the shit that you hear about us as black men is some of the most frustrating shit you can ever hear, especially when you know that it could be, a lot of it is lies, a lot of it is propaganda, a lot of it is just it's dark over there. So like imagine me going over there trying to have like certain conversations, and I would argue that it's safer here. You know what I mean? It's definitely been safer on like YouTube than it has been over there. Over there, it's a goddamn, it's a Shark Tank over there, but it's hard, and I can see why a lot of people check out and don't want to talk and have these type of discussions publicly, because it does affect you. Shit, sometimes it could affect your relationships. Got you looking at people differently and shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, I say that. That's it.
Hey, Sweeney, this lady told me on TikTok today that her father comes before her husband.
Damn.
Bro, I asked her a couple of questions because she was on here talking about men and how men are leaders and da 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 da. And I was just like, let me ask some questions. So I started to ask some questions and then it got to it. So I asked her, I said, if your man is the leader and the head of household, I said, what if there's something that you desire and you want and you feel you deserve? Something you want and you feel you deserve it, and y'all have the means to acquire it without it affecting you guys. Can your husband tell you no to that item without you losing respect for him? Oh, she started backpedaling. Well, if he explained to me why this and that, I'm like, no. You just said he's the head of household. He's the leader. So if he tells you no, can no just be no? Well, I mean, I want to know why. I'm like, oh, so is he the leader if he has to explain himself? And then we started to keep going. And then she said, I said, well, let me add some more to it. You make $150,000 a year. Would you just say, I'll use my own money and buy it? She said, I probably would. I said, well, then your man ain't the leader. He ain't the head of household. You are, because you defy him. She was like, well, I don't gotta check in with him. Like, he ain't my daddy. And the other gentleman on the host of the live was like, wait a minute. Your father gives you over to your husband. If you would respect your father's wishes, why aren't you respecting your husband's wishes now? And she just flat out, we talked about more stuff, but she flat out just said, my father, I asked her, I said, who comes first between your father and your husband? She said, my father. I was just like, and another girl doubled down on it, second in the live. And I just said, man.
So let me ask you this, Will. If your woman came to you and said, hey, baby, I want you to give me this I want you to buy me this outfit, or I want you to give me this purse or something. And you say no, you got a problem with her asking you why?
No, I don't have a problem with her asking me why. But the scenario wasn't about giving clarity. It was about, do you defy what he says? Is no the answer, or are you going to talk him into it, or whine and complain for him to give in to it? Or do you accept that he said no?
If she really want that, you don't think that she's gonna try to talk you into it?
And maybe she will, and that's part of the problem. So my woman has asked me for some things, or she said, hey, I want this. And I looked up, I'm like, what? Like, she'll look at a bracelet and the bracelet ain't cheap, you know, or a necklace, the necklace ain't cheap. And I'm like, no. She's like, come on, please. No. She's like, I'll just take it out of this money over here. I said, no, wait, no. So I deal with it.
Well,
It
that's what I
just
meant.
say, oh, and
That's
she
what I
just,
meant. Like I think it's normal for you to have to keep. I mean, not all the time, but like if it's something that she really want, man, like be honest. She a human being. She may try to convince you to
absolutely. And
change your mind.
I'm not saying that the dialogue can't be there. I'm not saying that y'all can't
Okay.
discuss it, right? And I even told her that. I was trying to shorten it for the sake of this broadcast, this stream, right? I didn't want to try to regurgitate it word for word, but no. I'm okay with a man explaining to his woman why he's coming to the conclusion of no. But
Okay.
part of our problem is in our relationships is that that's always like women expect that. Women expect the explanation to why you say no. No, we shouldn't have to give an explanation. Should we give an explanation? I mean, could we? Yes. Is it is it advisable to give explanations? Yes. I wouldn't recommend guys just say no and that's final and don't give any reason for it. But we are at a point now where it's like dudes got to kind of explain. The dudes coming in mind with no, and they're like, let me try to make this make sense to her so she will accept it instead of her just accepting that the answer is no. That's my thoughts on it, at least.
All
Well,
right.
the only reason why is that because, like, when you get in a relationship, I don't know if you do 50-50 or you do breadwinner. When you the breadwinner, it's really kind of difficult to say, hey, look, I want you to sit it down. You know what I'm saying? Take care of the house. I'm gonna take care of everything. She can't go and work and earn her own money, and then you want your nose to be no, you can't have this. So
I don't think
I get it. You know, everybody had a different dynamic. But for me,
well,
because I'm there. You know what I'm saying? I would be like, hey, look, I'm gonna get you that because I know you want it really bad.
yeah.
But
I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
of course.
But right now ain't the time.
That's my dynamic in my household. My woman doesn't work, so I'm the breadwinner. I pay for everything. But she's just reasonable. She's so level headed, and she gets stuff that she want. I check in with her from time to time. I'll be like, "You good?" She's like, "Yeah." She makes sure she lets me know that she doesn't feel there's a void, there's a lack where she's missing out. And I try to
What do
be
you say?
mindful.
What do you say to the guys who do have 50-50 relationships and she make her own money and they do one part and the man wants to still have authority over it and he's like,
I feel
no,
bad,
and
brother.
she's like, damn, man, I went out and earned this. I'm just communicating you that I'm going to go purchase this, and he's like, no, like that. You can kind of understand how that can kind of be challenging between two couples, right?
Yeah, I feel bad for brothers who go 50-50. I don't recommend it because then you have that power dynamic shift where how you gonna tell somebody no who's paying 50% of anything? You can't.
I can speak on that. I wouldn't say 50-50. I would say 70-30. I do like a small chunk, like the Pico bill. That's about it. And groceries.
What is Pico?
Yeah, I was about to say, what is Pico? I never heard of it.
The electric company. Sorry,
Oh.
my bad. Like little stuff like that. But even with me making my whole money, he still makes the final decision. Like I was taught that like we're one flesh now. We're one. So I'm not just gonna make decisions, whether I make the own money or not, without him knowing, because what I do don't just affect me anymore, it affects him too. So if I'm out here spending just recklessly and then God forbid something happened, then he'd be like, listen, I need you to pick up a little extra this month, and I can't. What I'm gonna say, babe, well, yeah, I just been doing my thing. And he like, well, you ain't communicating. That's an issue. But I think people don't have these conversations before they get into a relationship. We already sorted that out before we even got married, so we have a clear understanding. But there's no power dynamic because I make my own money, but I still run certain decisions by him before I just go ahead and just be like, let me spend all this money because maybe we might have to do something that's a little bit more important and it might require my income. He still makes the final decisions, and I have no problem with that at all. I prefer it that way. I don't want to think as much. And plus, I'm not the best with money. He's way better with that anyway. So I'd rather let him take the final decision with that.
All right, let me get to these super chats real quick. Silver Fox says, shout out to the panel with the $4.99. Mills 36, $2 says, Sweeney looks fed. I got some loud pack for you, bro. 100. Mills 36, $2 says, the beautiful black women up here as usual. And Sir Shot 87 says, Ty from the Shy has that whip appeal going on. Whip appeal, what's that?
Spill the beans, Ty. Tell them what that whip appeal is.
I don't know.
Whip your hair back and forth. Oh, you know.
Whip your hair back and forth.
I don't think y'all really want to know what that means.
Tell us, Darren. What is it?
I
Is it
do.
an insult?
It ain't an insult. Man, your man might think it's an insult. I wouldn't say that knowing me being married and you having a man, I wouldn't say that. That dude probably don't even know you in a relationship. But whip appeal is, and he could correct me if I'm wrong, but the many times I've heard it is you could have a nigga whip.
Mm-hmm.
How did y'all not know that?
I didn't know that.
That's because you never been
taught. Remember, that was Babyface. That was back in the day, man. Not everybody's that old, too.
Yeah, I knew
I just got an old soul. Marcus, you didn't know that? Yeah, he was basically saying you got the appeal to make
motherfuckers whip. Got that whip appeal.
They will be
whipping. Come on and whip it on me.
Yeah, I knew the song. I
didn't know. Listen to the lyrics. It tells you what it means.
Well, we listen.
Don't nobody listen to lyrics.
You know why I don't know?
Because you ain't no person that get whipped.
That's what he gonna say.
That's bad though. That's actually
it ain't as bad.
That man know his wife got that whip appeal on him, man. I don't know why you up there capping.
It ain't as bad as people saying they was raised to be husbands. No, let me stop.
Oh.
All right, let me go ahead and keep this show moving. My next question that I have for you guys is, do men carry emotional wounds longer than women? Do men carry emotional wounds longer than women? I'm going to start with you.
Hell yeah. You shouldn't even ask them. They can't answer them. They ain't even qualified to answer that question. But
I mean, they may be qualified. Go ahead, Ice.
I would say yes. I think that just like the simplest things, like a woman would easily forgive a man for cheating. And a man is going to die, bust a blood vessel, not running out of his nose. Like, it's the whole different vibe, and he's never gonna forget that. Like, I have a cousin that literally is still mad about the girl who broke up with him in the 7th grade. Like, he has not gotten over Zoe, and the man is 40. Okay, and Zoe left him. They were in 8th grade, and she left him for someone in high school, and I mean the man has not gotten over it. So I think that they definitely hold on to things. It affects them differently than women.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, man.
Able to like.
Sorry, Aisha. I told him that y'all wasn't qualified to answer this. You went to high school. You talking about boys. We talking about men.
These men are still holding on. Like, it happened in high school and they're still in their 40s and they're that's what I'm saying. It happened. And they're still harboring these.
Aisha, I'm telling you, you might want to stop right now. You way ahead. Just stop right now.
Like, still harboring her. And it like they hold on
Aisha,
so much longer.
You about to double down on this?
I'm tripling down on this.
Okay, watch. Sure. Oh, okay. So let's do it. Aisha, Tell me how many men you know that fit the scenario that you're speaking of right now.
At least 5.
At least 5. Can you please share with us, how did you come to the conclusion that those men are in there? I'm gonna just give you late 30s to 40s, are still hurt from a girl in high school?
Because of their actions and because they've communicated it to me.
They've communicated to you what exactly?
That the reason why they are like they are is because of things that they experienced back then. Just like
Great.
childhood trauma. Like I feel
Great.
like
Okay, that's cool.
it
So
just
they
has
communicated to you the way
like
they are.
we're not just walking around here. You know how they say there's always some truth in a lie. Like we're not just walking around here saying, you must have been hurt in high school for no
Okay,
reason.
cool. So cool. So you cool. You got
It's
your chance to educate us, and we listening. Okay, so I'm asking you a couple questions now. Don't get cold feet now, because I gave you a chance to back out of this. So you say 5 guys, right?
I'm gonna say 5
Now I
guys.
want you to drop it down to 2 or 3 now. You 5 guys.
At least 5 guys.
At least 5 guys. Okay. Now, Aisha, if I'm not mistaken, well, I'm probably going to let me ask you this. Are those 5 guys, or at least those 5 guys, are they leaders?
I would say so.
You would say so? What would make them leaders in your mind?
I feel like they have successful jobs and careers.
Okay.
Active good members of society, you know, like they're upstanding men.
A good job and a good person in society makes you a leader.
I said they're upstanding men. That's what I said.
Well, I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
I mean, they're good men. And I
What
know that
does good mean? I don't
the
know.
type of careers
So
that they had.
I'm gonna take that as upstanding and good means they obey the laws. They're not a problem to society. That's what I'm going to take that to mean. Is that what you mean?
I mean, they're not a problem to society. I just don't feel like going down this rabbit hole to get the answer that you want. So let's just go ahead and agree with you at this point, because you take us down this rabbit hole of questions so that we can somehow come up with this answer that you want, because the original answer that I spoke or said wasn't good enough. But it's my answer and I'm going to stick to it. So I just don't want to go down the rabbit hole. So
okay, so the whole purpose of these conversations is for us to go down these rabbit holes so we can learn something.
No, well, because you already was talking for like an hour. Give someone else a chance.
I've been talking for an hour.
It feels like it.
I'm actually interested to see where this goes.
Nah, they listen, man. Look. Okay, hold on. I've been on this show. How long have we been streaming? For an hour and a half. I think I didn't say anything probably the first hour.
Okay, that's a lie.
Well, how long did it take before I said anything?
That's a lot of you. That's a lot.
Hold on. How long did it take before I said anything? Was it like 40 minutes, 45 minutes?
If you take away the 16 minutes that we had for the intro and all of that, you probably started talking at least within the first 15 minutes of actual streaming.
You out your damn mind if you think I talked within the first 15 minutes. You out your damn mind, bro. We went around the whole entire panel. Y'all
give or take 5 minutes.
I'm glad you said
it can either be 20 minutes or it could have been 10 minutes.
See, Sweeney, this was an opportunity. This was an opportunity for us to nail Aisha. And
that's what I'm telling you. I want to see this through.
Hold on, watch this. See, Sweeney, look, now we talking about this. Because Sweeney, notice how we're supposed to be on these panels to have meaningful, fruitful conversations. See, y'all like to stay on this surface level. And then I'll be quiet. When people don't notice when I'm quiet, they notice when I'm talking, though. And then when I hit somebody with a haymaker, all of a sudden Will's an asshole. I'm asking a legitimate question. And I said, Aisha, you might want to stop while you are ahead. Oh, no. I know at least 5 men who are hurt from women in high school. But then when we say, okay, well, let's talk about it. I ain't about to, where you going with it? I don't know.
Because that was the end of the question. Like he asked the question, I answered it, and that should have been the end because it's the truth. Like even though you want to go down this rabbit hole of discovery, the fact still remains that I know at least 5 guys that have told me themselves that they were hurt in high school, and it affects them today in their life and in their relationships. So
don't elaborate. Okay.
I was trying to invalidate what Darwin said. I feel like you're trying to invalidate my.
Oh, ma'am, the difference between me invalidating what you're saying is I'm asking you questions so that you can actually validate what you're saying. See, y'all want us to take what y'all say at face value, and I prove up here every time I come up here.
You know, you do the same thing as well.
I prove every time I come up here that you women don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all be lying like hell, and y'all be saying stuff that sound good. I call out the dudes equally. I told the dudes yesterday how much they be lying. So it ain't like I just be giving smoke to women. I'm just saying if we're gonna be on here for 2, 3, 4 hours having a conversation, shouldn't we learn something from it? Or should we just everybody come up here and give they bullshit ass answers about, oh, wait, this is how it was for me, and everybody just be like, oh, and it's like, okay, at the end of that broadcast, like, what did I learn? Nothing.
All right, we about to get back on track now, y'all. Let's go ahead. Let me get to these couple super chats. KP says, tell us about your divorce and why your big daughter don't fuck with you. Husband material, huh? KP again, $2 says, leave me be. AP accountability partner, $10 says, Aisha is actually not wrong. In most cases, we adjust how we move according to previous experiences, good and bad. We don't forget it's part of our logic. DJ So Lovely 199 said, this is not an interrogation or the Will Show. Mills 36, $2 says, Salam, Amir, happy Ramadan, brothers and sisters. DJ Lovely, again, 199. So you hear the call of everybody. What about you? All right. I think everybody's contributed to the platform thus far. What's going on? Well, you good?
I'm laughing because I know those super chats is to me.
Oh, okay.
They're hilarious.
All right. My next question that I had when I asked the panel is, ladies, what's the difference between women loving a man for who he is versus what he provides? What's the difference between a woman loving a man for who he is versus what he provides? Go ahead, Ty.
Hold on, wait, JR, before you answer the question, that nigga wasn't lying. He really didn't say a fucking word for the first hour of the show.
He didn't.
Not one word.
That's why I was just sitting here quietly when y'all was saying he was
funny as
talking for like
hell.
an hour. He didn't say
I don't think y'all.
He even told y'all to come back around when it was his turn.
I don't think y'all. That's what this is why I used to tell people, Sweeney. They'd be like, you think you know everything. I'm like, no, I don't. But you don't hear me when I say I don't know. You only remember when I speak on something. How often do y'all remember when someone don't speak on something? You don't. You remember when they speak. So it's not my fault that you can't recall your interactions with me. You only can recall half of your interactions with me. So, sir, I told you. I didn't know if it was for sure an hour, but I know, bro, I've listened to everybody. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, when JR brought the mic back to me, that's when I spoke. If JR wouldn't have brought the mic back to me, I wouldn't have spoken then either. But whatever.
All right, back to the question, though. My bad for derailing.
All right, go ahead, Ty. What's the difference between a woman loving a man for who he is versus what he provides?
I think the biggest difference between a woman loving a man for who he is versus what he provides is a woman loving a man for where he is in that moment rather than where she sees he can go and how that can benefit her. So it's a woman loving a man for exactly who he is, the struggles, the pain, whether or not he's struggling right now or successful, whatever, right? Sticking with him through all different phases in life. Like Will was stating, which I actually found very nice and sweet. He was talking about his woman and how she supports him through everything. That's, to me, a clear example of a woman who loves him. Even though he provides for her, she genuinely loves him. And I'm pretty sure if they went through a situation where he could no longer be the main provider. She may step out and figure out a way to help because she just loves him and not necessarily what he gives to her. I think that's the biggest difference. Where versus you have women who specifically go after men for what they feel they can give to their lives. And the minute the man is no longer able to provide those things, they leave. They no longer want to be bothered with him because they were able to only use him for what he was able to give. And once that was used up, he's no longer of any value.
Okay. Amir, what's the difference between a woman loving a man for who he is versus what he provides?
I don't think it's possible to love a man or anybody for just who they are. Because, hear me out, in my view, everybody loves someone for what they give you. It may not be physical things, it may be a feeling that they give you, it could be the respect that they have for you, it could be anything. But you can't, there is no loving someone just for nothing, just because of how they look. Because if that person tomorrow can't talk, can't move, can't do anything, what is there to love? You're sitting there just looking at the person and they're like a tomato or a potato. You'll have the same interaction. We love people for what they do, what they are, and who they are, and what they provide to you, and what that does to you. Um, the other thing is, I believe that men tend to love women more for who they are than women love men for who they are. The reason I say that is because men typically marry down, date down, and they accept a woman not for what she can bring physically. Let me rephrase that. What they can bring financially. They don't really love them for those things and what they can contribute, but they love them for who they are, their personalities, and how the women make them feel. Women, on the other hand, not as much. Even the most sincere woman, if she is completely honest, she does need that man to be what he is or what he's supposed to be. Because once a woman doesn't see you as the hero or as the provider or as the strong man, women will tend to abuse you after they don't see you as strong or a leader. A woman will start to abuse you. She'll start to put you down, maybe step on you, because that's just in our nature as women.
All right. Go ahead, Miss Aisha. What's the difference between a woman loving a man for who he is versus what he provides?
I think that a provider is a part of who he is. I think that all encompasses the same thing to me. Um, I think that some men don't care. Like if you would meet a guy and he's wanting to buy you everything, I think he essentially wants you to love him because he's buying you these material things versus being with the man who wants you to love him for who he is. Like you can tell the difference from a woman perspective. And I think that, if you're a guy and you're materialistic, then get with a materialistic woman. And if you're a guy that wants someone to love you for who you are, then you get with a woman that loves you for who you are. But I also think that being a provider just falls into a man being who he is. That's just one of the characteristics involved. But you should still love him despite that, because I think Amita said, like, what if something does happen where he essentially can't provide? You're just not gonna stop loving him, right? So
Okay. Go ahead, Miss Jasmine. Same question. What's the difference between a woman?
I'm
Go
glad
ahead.
I went last. Because basically everything they all said was kind of the same thing differently. But yeah, I'm gonna just say that the difference is that if he's not able to provide, would you still love him just the same? If he lost his job, if he got sick, if he is a vegetable, are you able to hold on enough of who he is, that person that made you laugh, that person that made you smile, that person that made you feel safe, that person that loved you for who you needed to be loved and how you needed to be loved, not just providing financially and just putting a roof over your head, but being there in the darkest times, you know, when he's sick and he can't work? Are you able to step up? Do you love him enough to step in and be that helpmeet that you signed up to be?
I'm open up to the men. Any man want to respond to any of the ladies' points?
So I'm gonna say this. I don't think any man wants to be loved solely for what he can provide. I don't think any man just wants to be looked at as a wallet. You know what I mean? If you think about it, even the guy that tricks off on women, right? And he buys women affection. He knows that that's the only thing on the table. But if he ever desired love from that woman, that's when that switch would kick in, where he would want to be loved for more than just his wallet. I don't think any man wants to be just seen as a wallet or a tool or somebody that's just fix shit and whatnot. They want to be loved for who they are. They want to be, you know what I mean? I would argue that most men will seek that.
Yeah, I would say that. I would say Amir pretty much had the general idea of what it is, because humans basically don't love the person. In most scenarios, they love what's attached to you, even if it's just a feeling that they get based on being in your proximity. But I would take it a step further, and I would say that yeah, men do the same thing too. We could say that men love harder and this and that, and I get that part of it, but men also love what's attached to the woman. The reason why men will continue to take care of a woman, even though she might be a bitch or whatever, is because he understands his duty.
What?
And men generally will continue their purpose just because they know that that's what's right, and that's in itself a selfish act, right? Because of their duty. That's the only reason why they would continue to maintain the situation.
So I think that the difference between the two is probably divorce. If you marry a woman that likes you for only what you can provide, if that ever changes, it stands to reason that she's gonna leave your ass. And a woman loving you for you, if you was homeless, he would probably be homeless with you. Right? Like if you like, she'll be living in the box with you on the street begging. I've seen couples on the side of the street, the lady and they got the little kid right there, and she got the sign begging. I genuinely believe she loved that man to be out there in that scenario, just so she could make sure she with the man she loved. And I think this kind of paints a narrative like homosexuals don't exist, whereas women who completely take care of men they love and keep them in their life. So I think that's the difference. When the woman actually wants you, she'll figure out a way to make sure she's in your life, or that she can be there with you. And if a woman just wants what you have, you subject to her meeting a better financier. Like somebody could play big bank, take little bank with your relationship. I think that's a dangerous game, in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
So if I was to speak to it, I would have to speak to it from personal experience. And I remember a time when I had two girlfriends. The one that I felt like loved me was the one who was there all the time. She would always want to be around me. It doesn't matter if I was broke. It don't matter if we had to walk somewhere for a period of time to get to a certain destination. She would walk there with me, or she would pick me up when I didn't have a car. The other girl that I was dating, she wouldn't even answer my calls unless it was close to the 1st or the 15th when I got paid. She didn't want to have sex unless I actually did something for her. You know what I'm saying? But whenever I did have the money, man, that woman is a nasty son of a bitch. But yeah, but the woman that I feel like loved me is the one that it didn't matter if I had the money. It didn't matter if I was up. She was always want to be there. She would play the game with me, bro. Like she would even try to come out and like help me with work around the house, like yard work or some shit like that, or help me, move my shit into apartments and shit like that. Like, she just loved me, man. She wanted to be around. But the other girl, nah, what you gonna do for me? Are you gonna take me somewhere? Or what you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? So that's how I was able to know the difference between, somebody loving me for who I was versus, what I can do. Because the girl that really loved me, man, we had a lot of things in common that we liked. Like, we even liked the same movies. Like, those things, money can't pay for that. You know what I'm saying? We had this same interest for the same experience or the same aspirations. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all can understand that.
I want to add something because when McPherson was talking, I was thinking one of the differences between loving someone for what they can provide and so on versus for who they are could be the difference between having a husband or a partner in life, a spouse, versus having a brother or a cousin. Because you can love your brother or your cousin and not expect anything out of them. Even you don't even like them, but you love them. But when it comes to a husband, if you stop liking your husband, you're going to divorce him. You're going to leave him. You're going to say bye. But you can't do that with family. That might be one difference.
I think that's the issue, that because when you become married, that is your family now. So I should think we should if we treat our husbands and wife the same way we treat our brothers and sister, that would probably lessen the divorce rate. Because I don't like my husband all the time and he don't like me all the time. We're human. But if I left him every time I ain't like him, we would never have a marriage. Like,
Same.
and if we treat our relationship, we would never have brothers, we would never have sisters, we would have never mothers. So that's the problem. Everybody like, oh, I don't like how you tie your shoes today, so I'm just gonna leave you alone. Oh, I don't like how you combed your hair. You combed it to the left instead of combed it to the right, so I don't fuck with you anymore. Like, we're nitpicking now instead of looking at there's never going to be 100% of everything you're going to like about a person. That's just my closest friends don't like everything about me. Jasmine, you always want to be on time. Well, you always late. Like, but I love them to death. I know I got to tell them to be there 2-3 hours early. That's how much I love you, because I want you to be on time. That I got to trick you and lie to you to be on time. But I want you to be there. But I know they're going to be there, late or not. She's going to be there. So I think we could just kind of stop nitpicking and finding this perfect person. Because if they out there, then I got the short end of the deal. Because I think my husband is perfect as to get. And you should think the same about your wife or spouse or mother or father. Like, I think I got the best husband in the world. Like,
All right. I got another question I want to ask you guys. Where is it? Can a woman heal a broken man, or is it a man's responsibility?
I think the only person or the only thing that can heal a broken person is God and themselves in therapy. I don't think it's anyone else's job to heal someone else. We are not God. We cannot help the blind see. We can't, fix broken bones. We can't take away your childhood trauma. And I think the issue is that a lot of people try to do that, especially a lot of women who actually care. You spend a lot of time, a lot of wasted time trying to heal someone, and you end up hurting yourself more. You can't heal someone that doesn't want to be healed. So the only way people can be healed is by doing it themselves.
I think that it's not the other person's job to fix you, but I think that some women do have the ability to aid and assist with that. Like I was talking about earlier, how the pain from life I used to use as a springboard, and that kind of got removed through just the life that we built. So I think it exists in that way. You
But
know what I mean?
Marcus,
I wouldn't put
you
that on
all
her as her responsibility.
I'm sorry. I was going to say you also stated that you use your pain as a way to continue pushing forward, which means that you were using it as a way to grow. Through your pain, you were finding different ways to heal yourself. So you were open, ready, and willing to go in that journey, and it made it easier for your wife to come in and assist you. I definitely feel that people can assist, but heal you? No. You already have to want to do that. Like you can take a horse. What is the saying? You can take a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Yeah,
Can
you
y'all
know.
get can y'all give us an example of anybody, like ladies?
I can.
Can y'all give us an example of what a broken man is?
Oh,
Because I think if I knew what y'all thought was a broken man, or we was able to collectively define it, I would probably be better to answer, better able to answer this question.
I think my example of a broken man would be a man with no direction or guidance in his life at all. So he doesn't know where he's going. He doesn't know what he wants to do in life. Maybe he's been through a lot growing up. He doesn't know how to heal from it, and he's also not looking for any ways to try to heal from it. Maybe he uses a lot of substances, alcohol, weed, anything that he can temporarily get on women as a temporary fix, but he's never really trying to elevate himself. He's never trying to push forward, and then maybe he runs into a woman that genuinely cares about him, and she, tries to pick his brain on what his interests are to figure out what would be his goals, talk him through his personal trauma, introduce him to counseling to say, well, maybe if you work through this, that'll help you clear your mind. Maybe if you let go of the bottle or the weed, or if you step back from, trying to chase after so many women, you can focus on what's going to help you in life.
So you're saying
That's
basically
my
a broken man is a man who don't have any direction or purpose?
Yes.
That's a good one. Anybody else? But I mean, like, if that was, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think a broken man probably would be somebody who is emotionally unregulated. Like, he probably do got extreme dependency issues, maybe crashing out on the regular. The type of people you see yelling at the liquor store or something like that. Interactions with everybody. Interactions with everybody be negative because they just fighting. They fighting the demons in themselves, and anybody they interact with, it become an issue because it's just you it's no real external battles, it's all internal. So if everything that you facing in the world is so fucked up, it's probably an internal battle that's breaking you down. Or somebody that might have just came off a divorce that was real bad, they got the child taken away from them, and they just depressed and they just in a slump.
I think that for mainly it's people that's like defeated, overwhelmed, lost, emotionally unstable, that's experienced like some type of trauma. Those people, to me, I would say are broken, and you see it in the way they move, their behaviors, their relationships.
So I think it depends on the
Can he
situation, right?
finish? No disrespect, he got cut off. I wanted to finish hearing what he was saying.
Yeah, so I was so yeah, when they're in a depressive state, it could come from like if you like lost a child and you just can't get over that hump. It's a lot of signs that kind of indicate it. It usually come from extreme traumatic experiences that they didn't have the tools to cope with, to push past, or a childhood. They may have been abused, and then they just can't trust nobody, man or woman. And you go through life as standoffish, maybe
I mean, like an Antoine Fisher.
insecure. I don't remember that movie, but I think he had his mother was abusing him, right? Was his mother abusing him in that movie?
I think it was
Yeah.
his aunt.
I think it was
his aunt was abusing him.
Yeah. So people would have some traumatic childhood, or you could have been raised in a foster care system, and you just felt like nobody was there. Like I had someone that was raised in the foster care system, and they, for all intents and purposes, would be considered broken men. And because of that, this is something negative that can happen. When they experience love, they don't know how to self-regulate. So they be willing to crash out. And if the woman lead them, they'll take her or their own life or do something very dangerous in order to maintain being in that woman's life. Or if she break up with them, they ready to do something to themselves. Like it's a lot of people that struggling with a whole lot of stuff in this world, like a whole lot of stuff. Yeah.
So the onus is on the individual, right? But at the same time, it depends on the situation. Let's just say that this particular man was broken from a prior relationship, right? And his ideas of what a woman is have been skewed, or maybe maybe she poisoned the well. It could be anything, right? Where he just has a really horrible perception of what women are and what they're about. Now, if he ran into a woman who is completely the opposite and is a nurturer and is willing to pour into this man, it would be like Marcus kind of said earlier, where at least she can aid in that. I would never encourage a man to be codependent on a woman, but we at the same time can't negate the powers of a virtuous woman either, right? So there are some women, and therapy we've talked about before, where we understand that it doesn't always come from a therapist. So there are some people who just have that type of healing power if they are willing to, and they have the know-how, and they just understand people, right? So it can be done, because the question was can, but I'm not here to say that that's what people should depend on, right? As a man, we are responsible for it, but in certain instances, I could see how a woman could absolutely aid in that situation.
So
Yeah.
you can go to a therapist instead of going through a therapist. You go get you some therapists.
How
That what
Is
you
that
mean?
healing?
Sexual
And
healing.
he's so calm about it.
Well, I'm
It's
just
actually
saying.
a lady on IG that talked about manifesting sexual energy to heal people. She went on Kendra G. I remember that lady. She said she manifests things through masturbation. That's random as hell, but I don't know
That
if any of y'all saw
wasn't
it.
Superhead, was it?
No, not her.
No,
It's an
that's
I think
actual
you're talking
lady.
about, I think you're
that
talking
is a
about
real thing.
Niger.
A lot of people do manifestation through masturbation or sex. Like they put whatever goals or dreams they have into fruition while in the middle of that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, that's one of the many forms of witchcraft. So,
Yeah. But I wanted to give my input. So I'm a massage therapist, and as I tell my clients, they always say, "Can you fix me? Can you fix me? Can you fix me?" I can't.
You got inner thigh skills.
The adductors and the quads. I'm not here to promote my business. I brought that up for an example. I brought that up because a lot of clients will come to me and ask me to fix them. And I always tell them I can't fix them because it's not my job to fix you. My job is just to assist into helping the body do what it already can do on itself. The healing always comes from with itself. People can aid you into it, but they can't necessarily do it for you. So even if they're aiding, if you're not doing your part in the healing process, it's a waste of time. So it's still a you factor. It's not the other person factor. You still gotta make that initial statement of I want to be healed, whatever that looks like for you.
All right, so Bruce, you asked the ladies that question first, so I'll let you go ahead and answer the question from what you've heard first, and then I'll jump in.
So what I think of broken man, and I think MY hit on a lot of them. A lot of trauma. I would say a lot in my experience, I've witnessed a lot of guys, been around a lot of guys who suffer from PTSD from being in the military or being on deployment. Those guys are broken. Those are guys what I consider literally broken. Like this, their minds are just so mapped to combat in their experience, and everything they hear, every loud sound, every cry, every yell, it just puts them back in that scene, and that they just don't even know how to tell that from reality. Is it a responsibility of a woman? No, because that wasn't her cause. It wasn't caused by a woman. I would have to lean on other things That's why I appreciate what M. White said. You know, trauma. Yes, I'm with Trev when you have to. The onus is on you. It's your responsibility to go and deal with your trauma. But if you got somebody like the Antoine Fishers, where this woman was harming him, I think the dude on that movie, Dr. Davenport, which was played by Denzel Washington, played a significant part in his life while having him go back to meet these people, face these people. And I think that actually brought some healing to his life. Being able to ask them, why did you do that to me? You know what I'm saying? He was always wanting to know why. And I think the answer to that was a part of the healing process. And I would say another thing that breaks men, if we go back to the scenario that I had stated earlier about the gentleman who was castrated by his wife and his daughters, falsely accused. I don't know how much broken you can be by anything, but to see the love of your life accuse you that, and not only that, the daughters that know that you didn't touch them say that you did, because I think Iyanla Vanzant took the heat off of the girls. I think they were old enough to be able to be like, Mama, now you know Dad ain't do that shit. But they didn't even do that, man. I cannot tell you how I can't even probably resonate with the guy. But I love my kids, but I wouldn't be able to resonate with a man. His own children lied on him like that. Like, I don't even know if you can even be healed by that. And that's one case where I would say the responsibility should be on the wife who caused that destruction. But even if she apologized to him, I don't even think that could fix that. Like, I think that dude would be broken forever.
But I go back to Ty, where she said the only person that can truly heal you and void you is God, you know. But I don't know how many people are religious, but we expect these things out of humans and they're not going to be able to give it to us. And what if the person that hurt you dies? Are you going to stay angry and broken and unhealed for the rest of your life? Like, we have to find some way of trying to somewhat get some type of sense of healing and peace. And sometimes what we think is broken ain't always broken, because people look at somebody struggle and be like, oh, they broken. No, struggling and broken is two different things. So we got to make sure we're not conflicting the two as well. And really understanding what is broken and what it really looks like. And if it goes back to the conversation we had earlier about emotional available, if men not being emotional, how do we even know that y'all are broken if y'all taught to keep that inside too? So that will go back to the emotionally unavailable. If you're taught to keep everything inside and go on to the world of we got to be the strongest, and you're really fucked up inside. But you know, that can break a man too if they can't let that out.
But Jasmine, a lot of the stuff that really breaks us, you could see it happening in society without us having even to speak about it. You can visually see men being broken down every day in society. We can't even be a man. That's toxic today. Just to be us. Mm-hmm. Can you fathom how much emotional distress that? Just imagine, just think of it like this. This would probably be the equivalence of how we feel when our biology is under attack. Think of a transgender winning the best woman in the world award or some shit like that. How would you feel about that? Like, what? How can she win that? You know what I'm saying? That's probably a bad analogy. But let me go back to when you said God, it would take God to heal. What you going to run into, and from my experience and from the people I've spoken to that are also religious, what you're going to run into when you bring religion or God into it, you're going to have to understand that the people who cause you harm or the trauma you go through, you're in a world where it's not of God. You know what I'm saying? Anything that happened to you is by the will of our own selves. And once we leave this life, you know, all of those things will pass away. So anything that come to you, like I used to go crazy when I hear schools being shot up. And I'm like, I was just wondering how the hell are those people supposed to, should they pray? Like, what is prayer going to do for you losing your elementary, your kids at a shooting, you can pray, but that's not gonna bring your kid back. You know what I'm saying? You're just gonna understand that this world is corrupt, this world is evil, and it's not the way, God intended it to be. And our happiness and our redemption and all that stuff and our healing, our true healing, is gonna come after we pass. So and I might be wrong. There might be some miracle energy that come from God that says, "Oh yeah, now you can cope with it." But I haven't reached that yet, so forgive me.
Darwin, I think praying alone won't do anything, right? Because faith without works is dead. So that's why I stated not only do you have to have that connection with God, but you also have to maybe go through therapy. You have to be able to express yourself to someone. You have to be able to work through that trauma. Yes, in that extreme situation, losing a child is extremely devastating for any parent. And it's not something you'll get over. Even as a child losing a parent, it's not something you just get over. It's something you learn to live and deal with. But people have used that pain, and like Marcus was stating, they used it to propel them to educate others. They use it in a way to help not only heal themselves, but heal others who are going through it, to create foundations, to figure out, scenarios and solutions to the problem that their child went through. So it's not an easy fix. It's not like, oh, God is just going to take this pain away. No, you're going to have to go through it. You're going to have to feel those emotions. But the end result is you can get through it. You can grow through it. You can get better. You just have to be willing and able to.
Well, let me give you one more piece of understanding before Sweeney take over. I think a lot of this stuff that we put ourselves, the situations we get into whenever we become broken, and then we try to use God to heal us out of it. I think initially we weren't supposed to be operating like that. We weren't supposed to be out killing and murdering each other.
Yeah.
For us to go back and turn around and ask God to put that out of our life. I think the whole reason why we weren't, it was a commandment not to murder and kill each other, is because God knew that we was going to have to deal with that for the rest of our lives.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't for us to be going to go do drugs and rip up our families and stuff. These things weren't supposed to be how we were supposed to operate. And because it wasn't supposed to, the way we were supposed to operate, no one created any healing for that. You know what I'm saying? There was no, just don't do it. This is not how you're supposed to behave or operate or do unto one another. So when you do unto one another and you operate like this, you will reap what you sow. And I think it's just a matter of reaping what you sow in these cases.
So Jasmine.
Yes.
You said you were a doctor, right?
No, I'm a massage therapist.
Oh, a therapist. God damn. Shit. All right. That was about to walk. But so
I'll say yes for the sake of argument. I'm a doctor.
All right. So you know how when you're a doctor, right? And somebody comes in and says, I'm gonna pretend like you're a hospice doctor.
Okay.
And somebody comes in and let's say they broke their forearm. You can put the pieces back together. You can put the screws in, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can sew them up, but the body heals on its own, right?
The body, yeah.
Even though you've done all that, you're not their healer. The body is,
no,
right?
the body, right.
So to think of it, to rope it back to the conversation, to think of it, when they say heal a broken man, not only is the woman not responsible for his to heal him, he's not even responsible to heal because he can't heal himself. He is responsible for seeking healing. But I would argue, and I'm speaking specifically from a marriage standpoint or somebody you plan to actually do life with, it is all hands on deck in the healing process. Not only is it the doctor that needs to be, it's the pastor that's hands on deck, it's the wife hands on deck, it's the family hands on deck. It is all hands on deck to assist in the healing process. And I think sometimes people who are part of that healing process would think that, oh man, I'm healing this person or I shouldn't be doing this. Well, no, reality is you are supposed to aid that person in their healing journey. For example, now when my grandmother, when she passed, she was dying from a terminal illness. But even then, even when we knew she was gonna pass, it was still all hands on deck to make her last days as peaceful as possible, as painless as possible. Where people were carrying her up the stairs and down the stairs, where people were showing up and feeding her, where people were rubbing the ointment on her when you're in the bed and you get bedridden, you get the bed sores, and people were washing her body and they were talking to her to make sure that she was at least, you know what I mean, get that conversation and things like that. They were making sure that people they didn't allow people into the house to bring chaos into her life during these last days of her life. So I would argue that in these scenarios where we're talking about broken people, obviously I would argue that when we're talking about the safety of everybody else, when that person is a danger to those around them, even in that healing process, when I say all hands on deck, is getting that person into the space where he's no longer a danger to himself and others around him, but he's in a place that can help him, is all a part of assisting in that healing process. So I would argue it's the responsibility of everybody around you and you themselves. It's the person's responsibility to seek healing. But when you're talking about somebody you care for, somebody you plan to do life with, it should be all hands on deck in that healing process.
I agree 100% with that. Because when my clients come to me, I always tell them it's a teamwork. I'm only doing part of the work. You got to do the part. So if you're not going home and stretching, if you're not drinking plenty of water, if you're not, doing things like taking Epsom salt baths, whatever, or going to your physical therapy like your doctor, like if we are not doing this as a team, it's pointless. It takes two to tango. I can't do all the work by myself, just like you can't do all the work by yourself. We're here to help each other, here to assist. We need people. As much as we claim to be so independent, we need people. I need people.
But Jasmine, how would you heal a man? Let's say you're the wife of a man and you divorced. You came into his life when he was up. He had everything. He worked for 20 years. And you took away half his assets. And he told you, hey, man, this is breaking me. It's broken my heart. It's broken my soul. If he told you, hey, look, in order to heal me, my brokenness, I want you to relinquish my assets back to me, how would you respond to that?
And I divorced him?
Yep.
All right, so let me put myself in that mind frame. I probably wouldn't care. Obviously, if I divorced him, I'm being honest. If I divorced him and I'm leaving, I don't care.
And that right there is two cases. A case where the woman won't take responsibility for breaking the man, and another case where if a man actually said it the way I said it and came out emotionally, you can see how unsafe that would make him feel. Or even how unsafe it'll make him feel trying to go into a marriage. Now you, by your own words, can see why men wouldn't sign up for divorce. Sign up for marriage.
No, sign up. But I am a woman. I am a wife. But I had to put myself in that mind frame, because like if I'm divorcing you and I'm taking half it, obviously I don't care about you. I can't possibly care about you. And you're telling me it's breaking. Why would I give it back? I don't care. I didn't care enough when I divorced you. I didn't care enough when I took half of your asset. You think I'm gonna care that you're broken now? Like
I don't care.
Like I don't care, But I do. I didn't get in marriage to be another statistic. So please root for me, y'all. I'm trying to make it to death do a part to the grave.
You think a man would take half of your assets?
Huh?
You think a man would take half of your assets and he'd be like, what?
He told me he would. He told me to my face. He said, we get a prenup because don't let me take half your shit. And that was his exact words. I don't know if he was joking serious, but I protected myself since then. I took heed. He could have been joking, but I was like, listen, I'm just in case he not.
We also just went through a situation, or we had a conversation a few weeks back. I don't know if you were a part of it, where Jussie Smollett's sister is going through a divorce, right?
No, it's not his sister.
Jesse Smollett is not his sister. It is his
That,
sister.
that is his sister.
Oh, that's his sister?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Yeah, the small. They all sisters and
Oh, you
brothers.
They
talking about
all.
the white girl?
She not white.
she like bright. She
She
was the
just
one that
bright.
played in
She
the Great
half white,
Debater.
and they
Anyway,
like their mom
moving
white or the
past
dad
it.
white. Anyway, that's neither
Darwin.
here nor there.
Yeah, that's neither here nor there. Jr. That's his sister.
You talking about Juicy Smollett?
So they her husband is trying to take half of her assets that she had already had way before he even came in the picture. So I just want to throw that out there. There are men that also will take half a woman's assets and not care about it as well, based on the same premises that some women decide to do it. So he felt like he, got accustomed to a lifestyle. He wants that lifestyle to continue. That's how those women in those situations feel as well. So I think in both situations, the person can be heartless and decide that they just don't want to, they don't care.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Ty. I think he was being, because you remember with that. I think he's honestly just bitter for some reason.
Yeah, he is bitter. He's bitter because she left.
Because they marriage has been they divorce has been finalized for at least the better part of the last 2 or 3 years, and he's going back to actually get more assets out of her. So there's only one or two things that could be happening here. Either she had assets that he didn't know about, and that wasn't discussed in the divorce proceedings, or he's just being bitter and he won't get shit. But if he
did she marry a white man?
No, it was a black dude.
It's a black.
I think he might have been light bright too, though. So
It don't matter. It don't matter. Black is black is black is black. Okay.
no, ain't all black the same black.
Yeah, I do got this clip I want to play, and then it's still tying into the conversation, and we'll go ahead and have Kim chime in as well. So run this clip. Y'all ready? All right.
Absolute rubbish. Absolute woman speak rubbish. Just nonsense. Absolute. I'm a wife, but I'm not in spirit of a wife. Shut up. Sorry. That was so stupid.
She was being honest though. She was breaking girl code, she's pretty much translating what we already know, but that women don't really say it with their words. They usually do it with their actions, but she was just being verbal with the typical actions we see out of women when they code switch, when they bait and switch, when they pretend that they love us. And then when they get to the altar, they switch up who they are once they feel secure. So she was just breaking girl code and just giving us the raw mindset of the woman.
I'm gonna have to agree with Amir. I'm gonna have to agree with Amir on this one. That is the prime example of somebody talking out of both sides of their neck. Like, even in discussing that she was a chameleon. Like, saying, I don't trust nobody that does this and talks like this, and I'm gonna give you that shit. But no, seriously though. Like, I'm gonna be your wife, but I'm not all the way there. I got the wife qualities. I'm doing all the wife things, but in my spirit, I'm not your wife. What the fuck does that mean? I cannot submit to you, even though I'm submitting to you, but I'm pretending submitting to you.
She did say it like that.
She did say it like that, bro. She said,
I'm
pretending to do it. I'm pretending to do it, but I'm really not feeling it, though. I'm just telling you I'm really not feeling it, but I'm going to do it for you.
What she said was she's submitting, but she don't want to do it internally. That's not what she wants to do.
No, she
you gotta
didn't
understand
even
the difference.
She said she can't submit to you.
She said she can't. So she doesn't
just have desire to.
She doesn't desire.
That's what I'm saying. She don't desire to do that.
She's not a wife.
Does it?
Well,
and that's basically what she was saying. Like, she wasn't a wife, like what a wife is really supposed to be. She did everything that people say on paper that a wife is supposed to do. But she wasn't an actual wife, because her mentality and how she really felt is that she didn't really
her spirit
want to do it. Right.
She wasn't connected.
Y'all so nice. Y'all so nice, because I did not
don't make sense.
That was, and I'm grateful for your perspective of breaking that down. Because if you didn't, I would have seen as a like, what the fuck is she talking about? Because you a wife characteristic, but are not a wife in spirit. Like that was really confusing and contradicting in that whole statement. But if she did mean it the way you broke it down, okay. Because
The reason why
your perspective makes more sense, but what she said did not match with what you just said.
I'm gonna say this.
The reason why I'm able to understand it is because in my experience in this relationship space and all the research I've been doing, because of my religious side, I've been able to blend how you're supposed to connect with your partner with relationships, spirituality, and all of those things. And whenever I hear these stories and I hear all these issues and how relationships are falling apart, I'm able to precisely pinpoint that a lot of these men and women are not spiritually connected with each other. They don't even have any religious principles in order to solidify being spiritually connected with each other. So they took the fear of God out of the union, out of the covenant, out of the marriage. So there is a lot of attachments going, and there is a lot of conditional relationships going. There is no spiritual connection. And when you listen to a woman saying that and you hear that, you have to be able to try to understand it, because it's a lot of guys that don't understand it. And that's the reason why they get into these situations. And they think this woman loves them. They think this woman is a wife, and she code switches on them. And they wake up to that.
What does it mean to be spiritually connected? What does it look like? What does that mean?
Well, you can be equally or evenly yoked. You both believe in the same things. You both have a spiritual mutual interest with each other. You know what I'm saying? You both believe in the same thing. Like you follow the same principle. You pray together. You put the fear of God into your relationship with each other. So not only are you doing things that's traditional, that's like, you know, with each other, you actually have some type of divine code that you follow together.
So they're
religious. I don't know if I can break it down any further than that, but me and my wife read the Bible together and we actually pray together. To me, that's a spiritual relationship with my wife.
Yeah, spiritually connected would just be having God in your marriage.
Yes, imagine a woman who don't even believe in God, don't even read the word, and don't even follow it. Just trying to sit there with you while you reading that stuff, and she like, oh, fuck, I don't even believe in this shit. You know what I'm saying? Just pay my bills. You know what I'm saying? You got to try to understand it from that standpoint to be able to actually interpret what this woman is saying. I wish JR could play that back for y'all.
No.
So Darman, I understand it. When I heard the same thing that you heard when she was saying what she's saying, she basically know how to play the game. Just like you got some dudes who got a good mouthpiece, pause. They just know what to say to get you right. And maybe I could understand it from that perspective, where some people just know how to run game.
Yes,
she knows she know how to play a position. She know how to get everything that she wants and to put herself in that wife position. But she don't want to really do it. It's not wholeheartedly. It's just her just playing a role. That's all she's doing. She's cosplaying right now. She's cosplaying as a wife. That's pretty much what it is, to be able to obtain whatever she wants from that marriage, whether it be financial security, status, whatever it is that she desires. That's what she's chasing. So she's just patronizing the homeboy in order to get what she wants, if that makes any sense.
That makes absolute sense.
I'm explaining how it
Trev put it right on the money.
It does not right. Not based off. I'm about to explain to y'all why it don't make sense. She said she knows how to act like a wife. The only way that what y'all say is valid is if she divorces him. That's the only way that what we were saying, or our interpretation of this, is valid, is if she gets what she wants and then says she chucks up the deuces to him. That ain't what she was doing. What she was doing is, if you say that you are a wife and you have all these wife qualities and you do all the wife things, if you're saying that and she said that she knows exactly what a wife is. She told us she knows exactly what it is. That means she's submitting to this dude. She's doing all these wife things for him. She's giving them all this. She's doing all the shit that the Bible tells you're supposed to do. You're supposed to love them and give them some sex and take care of the kids and submit to this man and all of this. She's doing all of this, but in her mind, she doesn't want to that don't make sense.
Here, let me help you make sense.
In 9 out of 10 situations like that, it's a finite situation. Those situations don't last. It's unsustainable. She can't do that for 20 and 30 years. She's not going to do it. She's doing it to get what she wants. Once she's secure the bag,
she's not doing it at all.
Is she? Was that woman married? Has she ever been married?
No,
she's not.
She's not married. She ain't never been
kept
married.
doing this. She kept
listen to this, Sweeney.
So
listen to this, Sweeney. The
situations.
same.
What's her name?
Hold on.
I'm about to send it to you, and Kim want to speak too. She's
exposing. She's exposing a trait, a evil deception that a lot of women are using, and you can't even appreciate that is being revealed. It's so many men that wants to know how these women are operating, and she's giving up code. And I'm gonna tell you, when a woman do that, what she said, all of the things you named, be a wife, know how to submit, do all this thing. Whenever the man is gone, and when she goes sit in front of her friends, she's telling them how she don't even like that nigga. She don't even want to really be here. She just making sure she's going to go cut on YouTube and listen to Shara 7. That's revitalizing her and saying, yes, you need to keep doing that. Keep getting that bag. Keep sucking his dick. Keep doing whatever you want. Make that nigga feel like a king. I'm telling you, it's women out there moving like this, bro.
That's Jezebel, man.
But that's why she's not
a wife. That's why she's not a wife.
But
Exactly.
She's not. Listen, the reason why you're saying she's not a wife, because you're hearing you just heard the code.
No,
She just revealed it. If you never heard her, if you never heard her spill out this secret code, you would be oblivious, just like the man she was with.
I'm saying is,
yes, you would. You are exposing that you would.
That's the whole point. She's not with anybody. All this is just psychobabble. She's never actually had to practice this.
She just said she did.
No, she did, because she's not a wife.
But she didn't want to be either, Sweeney. She's
never done it.
You ever worked at McDonald's, nigga?
But she had the wife.
You ever been somewhere? You ever signed a contract to work somewhere? And then listen, man? I've signed a contract to work somewhere and was the best motherfucking employee in there, and I hated being there.
But you was the employee.
My boss never knew. You ain't listening, bro. I don't think you're trying to understand it, Sweeney.
No, I understand what you're trying to say. What I'm saying is, the reason why what she says don't make sense, because it doesn't make sense in practice. It's nearly impossible to do that in practice. That's why her ass can't even get to the altar.
You're speaking from a man. Listen,
no, I'm speaking from her. She's not even at the altar. She can't
listen,
even
Sweeney. She's exposing the Jezebel spirit that a lot of women lock away. Yeah. You can't understand it because you are not a Jezebel. You don't have the Jezebel spirit, so you don't understand it. She's literally, she's really revealing this dark spirit that a lot of women are locking away, are being trained to. Hey, look.
How can you understand if you don't have a Jezebel spirit?
Because I've done the research, and she just gave us the secret.
No.
She gave
just
you
give out the sauce, man.
How you gonna give up a secret of some shit you ain't never done before?
Okay, let me draw the parallel then. I've been a savage. I've been taught, all men have been taught to lock away their savageness, to be law-abiding citizens, to carry themselves with decorum and keep it tucked away. Don't be out here just smashing everything. You know what I'm saying? Don't be out here just beating up everybody. Don't be out here just trying to conquer the world. You know what I'm saying? Maintain your own space in your own home and keep violence to a man. We all have something internal. Men and women have things they lock away for the sake of society to be civil. You get what I'm saying? And women have a Jezebel spirit inside of them that they keep locked away, bro.
You heard what you said.
Hold on, y'all. Let's go ahead and let Kim get in that too. And I put the lady's name in the back.
Outside of
when you ready, look.
Whether you like her message or not, she was telling the truth. She was simply explaining in a woman's code, look, this is what we can do. This is what we do. This is what I know us to do. This is what I can do. She knows it because she's a woman. She knows exactly what we can get away with. So when she was just explaining performative marriage, right? That would also go to show and possibly explain the high divorce rate, right? We initiated at like 80%. I'm not saying some marriages are warranted for that at all, but that would possibly explain like the performative. She's sitting there telling you, whether you believe her or not, she is, what she said was valid. Like,
and she hit it perfect.
She
Performance.
did. She said, I can show up, I can be feminine, I can be soft.
Tweety is
A
saying
lot
that
of
it's
women,
impossible for the performance.
it's
For a woman
not.
to perform.
It's nearly impossible to play
Sweeney,
that.
let me ask you a question. Are you a woman? Just answer the question, Sweeney, and just, are you a woman?
Am I not a woman?
No.
Pull the wheel on that nigga.
Yep. Now what?
Okay, so just yes or no. Are you a woman?
I just answered. Yep.
Okay, so you're a woman. Okay, well, no shade. I'm very like, you know.
Don't assume my pronouns.
Exactly. Hey,
He is a woman. He's a big
I'm
back.
I'm an ally, so I respect you. I don't care.
She, he, or them, her?
Are you they? Is it they? Okay, they, Sweeney, they. I'm gonna refer to you as they. Okay. So being that you're part of our community, women and they usually work together. So you would know that we can say those things and that we can be very performative, especially in our community, the they, she, we can be performative. So what she was saying was, I can show up and I can tell you all the good things to even get a marriage. And I can, and when people say you can't rehearse that long, like you can, I'm not saying you can do it 30 years, but you can do it a good amount of time. And somebody else mentioned on the panel earlier, you won't really be able to tell until something happens. I think Marcus said it. Let something happen. That'll test where I really am. Because for anybody to sit here and think that a woman can't perform for that long, I'm simply saying, unless I hate to use celebrities, but let's use some of these NBA players that probably wouldn't date some of the women that they would because they're absolutely stunning. If they were not an NBA player, would they likely marry would these women marry these men? No, they're performative. And if something happens, do a lot of them stay? Maybe, but some of them won't.
Like
So
that football player.
y'all missed what I said at the beginning.
Yes. Ty's
the
about to
ugly
explain.
one. Yeah. Who
Y'all missed what I said at
everybody
the
knows
beginning.
that she's a problem.
Y'all missed what I said at the beginning. I said the only way that this makes sense is if it ends in divorce. What she's doing, it does not make sense because she's never been there. She can't even get herself to the altar to even pretend to be this wife that she claims to be. She hasn't even gotten there to even say, man, I could pretend for 10 years that I'm a
she
wife.
hasn't been there, she still can't speak on what she couldn't do because she
No,
could get married.
No, I'm explaining how. I'm explaining how.
I think
She
on
said,
the semantics of it all.
No, it's not
because
semantics.
she never said she was a wife.
No,
She
it's not
said she
semantics.
had
I'm
wifely
explaining. Hold on, wait. It's not semantics. When somebody tells you they are a wife and can pretend to be one, that means that she said that that's all the things she said. Mind you, this woman is a pastor. So she knows what submission means and all of that, what it is to be a wife.
Pastor?
It does not make sense that you say you can submit in practice, but not do it in spirit. Because it just doesn't add up because you're not a wife.
I'm a wife. I am a wife. Every day, every night, I'm a wife. I cannot do my wifely duties and not be a wife in spirit. It just doesn't make sense.
All right, wait. So I
don't have a spirit of wife. I am a wife.
So I understand now. And I'm gonna use my personal experience. I was the hoe. I used niggas. I manipulated them. I did whatever I wanted to get whatever I was her. That's why I understood where she was coming from up until that point. When she's saying I have the wife in character, that means she can perform. She can be the wife. She will submit, she will cook, she will clean, she'll be the helpmate. You ever heard the saying, I'm here physically, but my mind is somewhere else? That is a real thing. So you can do these things on the surface, but in the spirit, if you're not in your heart and spirit that I'm a wife spiritually, you can disconnect your spirit from your physical. So she's physically, I'm doing everything, but spiritually, I'm not here. I'm not connected with you. I'm not in this marriage with you. My body is just here because I'm loyal to myself. She said this. She said, I'm loyal to you, but I'm loyal to myself first. So I will do what I have to do to get what I need to go. But mentally, spiritually, I'm not in love with you. I will tell you I am. I will make it sound nice. It will feel nice. It will look nice. Even the devil know how to make things look nice, but he ain't on our side. He our best friend when we want things to go. He make it look so sweet, so conniving, so charming. That's exactly what she's saying. But in spirit, No, we not in the same.
So why don't she have an example of her taking a nigga to the cleaners?
Why does she gotta have that example?
Why don't she have an example? You notice what she said. Even if y'all said that's exactly who she is, that's the exact type of woman she is, and everything that y'all said was true. She also said she turned down every single proposal attempt.
Because she never wanted to be
she's not.
She said she never wanted to be married, and
never
now
wanted to
and now
be a
I
wife.
want to be
So
married.
what she just said does not make sense. You're not a wife. You don't have wife material. You're not a wife at heart. You're not a wife in spirit. You're not even a wife in practicality because you've never done it.
Let me
Did
say
you know
something
that
to you, Sweeney.
that your wife, did you feel that the woman you married was wife material before you married her?
Did I know she was wifey material?
Before you married her, did you feel that she would be a good wife before you married her? Or did you go into it like, I'm just see what happens?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was her
you went into it, or you knew she was
her wifely characteristics without being in the position. That's all that woman was doing.
No,
She
I
would
get
show
that.
any man.
She simplified it for you, Sweeney.
Yeah, she would
what
show any man. Hold on,
Sweeney
show
understands
any
you.
man the
No, he don't.
characteristics.
Here go better. Hold on. Here go better understanding.
Hold on, wait.
I know exactly what y'all saying. Hold on, wait, real quick. Here go a better understanding.
She's not even a chameleon.
Hold on, wait. Take Samantha Lee, because me and Lead Attorney went to one of the Tyrese hearings. Take that situation. This woman did everything and convinced the whole world that she was a wife to this man, and she just flipped the switch and was gone. That's a clear example that you can perform, you can pretend, you can give off a facade that you really are, you really love him. You can even have this man's children. How do you think all of these women are able to just walk away from these marriages like this, Sweeney?
Bro, all of those are women who were wives. This woman is not a wife. Never made it to the altar.
Let me tell you one more thing. Do you realize what if I told you that? Hold on. What if I told you that when people used to have intercourse, that was a method of marriage?
This shit.
You're saying that they have to go to the courtroom and write it on a piece of paper to solidify it. I'm telling you that
herself would have to have done it for her to say that she's either a chameleon or an actual wife.
I'm telling you, for a woman to have this type of spirit and be able to perform,
she admitted
don't need a document signed by the state to do it. I'm telling you that women can do it without it necessarily being any paperwork involved. The performance is.
I'm telling you, that woman isn't it. I didn't say that women cannot do it. I said that woman isn't it.
Okay, so your argument is that your argument is against her.
Her saying what she said that she was is false. She's neither of those things. That was my whole argument.
So she's not a chameleon or a wife.
Man, I gotta listen. I got an uncle right now. I got an uncle.
Everything she said was
I got an uncle right now that's been with this woman for 45
No,
years.
it's not about the other woman. It's about her.
I'm just giving you an example. I'm just giving you an example.
Her.
I'm giving you an example. They wasn't married. I'm giving you an example of a situation she could potentially have been in. She could have been in a relationship for a long period of time performing. And I'm saying I have an uncle right now that's been with a woman for 45 years and they haven't been married. So what you're trying to say is you're trying to pull her card because she didn't go to the altar. I'm saying that
he don't believe nothing she says. Whether she was a chameleon, whether she wasn't a chameleon, whether she was a wife, whether everything she said was bullshit. That's what he said.
And I think the women on this panel can attest that in some shape or form during during a period with a man, you operated like a wife. And you actually considered yourself a wife. You just have not been to the altar yet. You had all of the characteristics. You knew how to perform it. You were even taught how to perform it. You just didn't have, the man didn't ever propose to you. This woman all over the world is being strung along right now. I'm saying that it doesn't take for her to go to the altar to be able to perform like a wife or even make you think she's a wife or have the characteristics or traits of a wife. I'm saying there's a deception going around on the world, and you have to be able to understand it, because then you'll be able to understand why women are easy to just break up their families and walk away.
But she didn't illustrate that point. She didn't illustrate that point
Anything
just to
he
make
said.
it
It's not just about
about
the
her.
wife part. He also said she don't
Thank
believe
you.
she was committed. Everything she said he don't fuck with. So it's not
Right.
even just the
I'm-
wife. So we're gonna
exactly.
keep going in circles because he don't fuck with her. So we're
Yeah, I
trying
don't
to
Yeah.
believe
convince
her
him to
because she
believe what
can't
she
prove
said is
that.
Yeah,
what
let's
she
get let's
She
get
can't
Trez and
prove what
White
she
and
said.
Will in there too, y'all.
Yeah.
That's my whole
So
Well,
point.
you
You
been
can't
quiet. You
prove what
good?
she said.
so look, she didn't illustrate that point to make it about herself. It's not about her per se. We could get hung up about her, but the reason why she explained that was to show that there is a specific type of woman that's an archetype that really knows how to behave like that. And when Darwin brought up the point of Samantha Lee, that's pretty much what the gist of it is to inform people of this type of woman with this Jezebel spirit that you need to look out for. It wasn't for her to just say, oh yeah, this is what I used to be. It's about this type of woman actually exists, and you probably should run away from her.
Yeah, my whole point was that she can't say that she's any of those things until she actually does it in practice, which is why I led with unless it ends in divorce. I already know that women like that exist, but for her to say that but those women still would not be wives. They would be wives in the literal sense, but she hasn't even crossed the threshold to even be what she said that she can be. I don't believe that
You're still getting hung up on her
because
what if,
she
what if
speaks.
you
She
ran
spoke.
into a woman? What if you ran into a woman that's at Walmart tomorrow, and she's
Okay.
on her 3rd year of performing, just like the woman said in the video? Are you gonna knock it because she haven't got divorced yet?
What if they make it to the end? What if they both last 30 years?
What the woman in the video is saying that it can if they wanted to. They
And
said
you know what I would say to
they're
that.
saying a woman has
Wait, what if he died? What if she performed up until his death?
And you know what I would say to that? You know what I would say to that? If he dies or they last 30 years and she managed to pretend to be the perfect Stepford wife for this nigga for 30 years, because also part of being a wife is not going behind his back and going to your homegirls and telling him how ain't shit he is. So all of that is encompassed in being a wife. So if she could be a chameleon for 30 years or until you die, count that as a win, bro.
Hell no.
Hold on, y'all. Let me get Will in there.
Oh my
God. Yeah, Will. Your thoughts about the video?
I only got one thing to say about that video, and it ain't even about the video. It's about this panel. It's amazing how all of y'all heard something different. See, we have a fundamental problem in our society. We feel how we feel, and we try to push an agenda based on how we feel. I try to look at what people do and what the results are based on what they do and formulate my belief system. I mean, not my belief system, but the structure and the order off of what works, not what I feel should work. My stuff is in theory. It's practical. You can put it in action and apply it and it'll work. But that's all I got to say. I'm entertained by listening to y'all all push the narrative.
Let me ask you this,
You
Will.
understand what she
Hold on, y'all. Let me get in White in there. Then we'll go back to Darwin to ask
Go ahead,
Will a
Mark.
question.
All right, so Langston Hughes had this poem called To Our Tina. He said, I will take your heart, I will take your soul out of your body as though I were God. I will not be satisfied with the little words you say to me. I won't be satisfied with the touch of your hand or the sweet of your lips alone. I'll take your heart for mine. I will take your soul. I will be God when it comes to you. When I was listening to her speak, the only thing I could think about was emotional intimacy. I think that's the only way you can actually trick a man if there exists no actual emotional intimacy within a relationship, because you can emulate respect, but true respect is something you could feel, and it's not even it's to Darwin's point, it's a spirit that she carries when she actually respects you. And when men talk about the women not wanting to have sex or removing sex, those are signs that there's no intimacy within that relationship. And it's not just sexual, It's a connection that happens at a deeper level, and that connection she can't emulate, and it will feel off to the man, and he would have to be ignoring that as a red flag to move forward within that relationship. Assuming the stuff she was saying was real, I don't believe it either. I want to swing, but assuming the stuff that she was saying was real, by connecting with somebody, you can tell when the vibe, when the energy is just not right, and that woman energy would have been completely off. And if you are paying attention, and if you actually connecting with this woman you claim to be your wife, or you talking about spending the rest of your life with, it's unmistakable. You can't fake real true submission. It's not just an act. It's not just cooking, cleaning, and giving you sex. It's so much more that goes into that. I think when I be talking about the relationship, sometimes it seems like, oh, you think everything with women is you got to have this relationship, and these women are like this and like that. Granted, there are women like this and like that, but if you actually connect with the woman that you're dealing with, a lot of these things get removed off the table, and the woman is willing to sacrifice any and everything to make sure she maintains that, because she'll pour back into you what she got from you if you emotionally connect with her. So it sheds some light on just what she was describing as operating as a wife versus what it actually means to be in a loving, fulfilling relationship. You can't fake that. Like, you have to ignore it. Ignore the flag. Some telling you this ain't right. Some telling you like she'll turn on me. Some telling you I feel it, but it's just something off. It's hard to pinpoint because it is spiritual. It is a intangible that I'm talking about. But if you're experiencing it, you will know the difference between the two of those things. And I just think just checking off characteristics on a sheet of paper, it gets you in that situation. When we was talking earlier about what's the difference between a woman actually loving you versus just wanting you financially, I think that's the difference to tie it all in. That's what it looks like when she just wants you for whatever you can provide financially, as opposed to you actually connecting with her and y'all building something that's deeper than just a physical connection. So yeah, that was my
So Marcus, you believe that these people are deliberately ignoring these supposed red flags, or do you think that they lack the ability to discern them in the first place? What experience would they have had to even understand what that looks like?
If you never had it, you probably wouldn't be able to understand it. So I can see that point.
I will argue and this is, I will argue that there's a reason why that what Marcus just said is the reason why she never made it to the altar. Because I'm gonna ask y'all, ladies, what does pretending to submit look like when you don't want to submit?
Being very performative.
That's not an answer.
Yes, it is. Okay, I'll tell you exactly what it's doing. What you, if you study him enough, it's doing what you know he likes, not really wanting to do it. So if you know he likes certain things, you're going to do that.
So,
but if you know he likes gifts, you're going to buy gifts. If you know he's someone who's very, he likes things very organized, and you're not naturally, you can do that initially. If you know he likes home cooked meals, you're going to do that. If you know if he's into like car racing, whatever it is, you are going to do those things. You're going to perform. That's why the word exists, Sweeney.
No. What I'm asking is, all right, so if he came to you and said, say for instance, you got your own money, part of that submission is being able to let him control that money. Are you saying that will be something you will be able to perform, is letting somebody have control of your money, over the finances, over how you move, how you exist in life? Or yes, it's easy to perform and give somebody some stuff that they like. It's easy to rub somebody's back. It's easy to buy them gifts. It's really hard, because if we're going by the definition of submission, it is really hard to pretend to submit when you don't want to. So when your man says we're going left and you really want to go right because you don't trust that nigga, how is extremely hard for you to hide and say, for 30 years, I'm going to keep going left with this man, even though I don't want to. That is not something you can perform.
But you would not usually see that case, Sweeney, where a man's going to control your money. Because normally women who are performative, like the lady, I think Ty said it earlier, if you're performative, it's usually 9 times out of 10, a man has something that the woman wants. So you're not going to be submissive to a man if you know that he's going to control your money. I want
would-
I
somebody.
mean,
why
but not
would
if you give him the control. We gotta control people. I think we gotta stop putting a negative notation on control. When people hear control, it's like like if you're submitting him, you are giving him a sense of control. So if you make your own money and you're giving him the leadership role and the head of household role, your money is his money too. It's not just my money, your money is my money, and my money is my money. No, like it's our money now, and he has control of that. So
And with
I
all
said
due
it earlier
respect,
before you got on here. I make my own money, but my husband still makes the final decision of how I spend that money. Like because if I can't certain things I don't always tell him because it's like I already put aside to what I need to put aside for. But if I know I'm about to spend a lump sum of money, I communicate that with him first. Like I don't just go out.
but
And if
you're
he say
what
no,
you're
babe, I don't think you should spend your money on X, Y, and Z, I don't.
We're being
but
disingenuous, man.
right, what you're explaining though, with all due respect, you're explaining a marriage you want to be married to him, and you are submissive, and you gave him the respect to, like you said, I think you mentioned he does better with money, so you let him do that. We're talking about performative marriages. If I love my husband, I could be a millionaire and I'm still going to let him lead. I like him. The money's not an issue because I like him, whether I have the $1 million or not. Does that make sense? In a performative marriage, my goal is selfish. I'm not thinking like you are as a wife. You have a wife spirit. We're talking about a Jezebel spirit, a performative spirit. Those are two. Jezebel is not a wife. A wife.
Jezebel actually was still a wife, though.
She was, but
she was still actually a wife.
She was, but she had her Jezebel spirit. In the Bible, if you read the context, people have. I don't think they quite understand. She was manipulative. She's lying. She was not. She was a person, yes, but it explained her spirit. So there's a difference between a Jezebel and a wife. Ruth was a wife. Jezebel is a Jezebel spirit. That's how I understand it. But to the context that you were giving, you have a wife spirit, not a Jezebel spirit. So you said, I don't, he controls my money. He's actually, if you're doing it biblically, I don't want to say control. Oh, well, you're right. Maybe we need to learn the word control.
That's the only reason why I said
in
it was
control.
based off of that. I was
He's
only
in
responding
control
to that.
of the finances as he should be if he's the leader.
We're being disingenuous, y'all. Why we gotta use finances? Y'all act like you can't be
He
in
brought up finances.
I'll use it as
that's what I'm
I
saying.
think it's a fair example.
I think that's the worst example. You could have used if you're gonna use a performative marriage to try to make some understanding out of it.
No, performative submission, not performative marriage.
Performative submission, whatever the hell you want to do. You're performing, you're giving this man the indication that you are what he thinks you is, but you
What does that
really
look
ain't,
like?
and you know how to sell it. What I'm telling you, you don't have to be flawless all the way through the 30 years. You can be married to this man for 30 years. In year 10, 7, 8, you can be like, I don't want to have sex with this motherfucker no more. And it explains why a lot of men are being married for 10 years in sexless marriages. She don't even like this dude. This man can't even divorce us because his finances and everything is going to break this dude. She disrespect this man every day in his household. Y'all acting like you can't use other things that literally destroy the whole family besides money. It ain't always got to be that. It can be that she won't even cook for this motherfucker no more. She won't even sleep in the same bed as this dude. He got to sleep on the other side of the room. Every time he try to ask her to do something, she ignores this dude. She shows him up in front of his family, talks bad in front of him, in front of his kids, turn his kids against him in the same household. These are things that can happen whenever she get exposed in the marriage that she wasn't initially. That's why I say a lot of women are baiting and switching. That's an example of the Jezebel spirit.
Well, honestly, that example is not fair either because people change. And just because
that's the problem.
No, that's not a problem. People change. Things happen, tragic happen, problems happen. Nobody stays the same person forever. You're going to change tomorrow.
Well, see, that's the problem.
That is not the problem. The problem is
I can explain to you why it's a problem.
I waited.
Go ahead.
I did wait till you were finished. I did wait. The problem is that we don't expect people to change. We expect people to stay the same person that I met 5 years ago, instead of realizing that whatever in that 5 years changed that person, whether it was kids, whether it was a surgery, whether it a broken bone, a loss of job, or mom passed, a dad passed, or anything can happen. If a new job, a new school, a new career, things change, people change, and we expect people to be the same instead of adapting and changing with them. People, something could happen where she go through a depression state of, you know what, it's not even him, I just don't feel like myself, and I gained 30 pounds over 5 years, and I don't feel sexy enough to have sex with him or to cook, or I'm not in that state of like I used to be, or marriage is harder than I thought it was. People change, so it's not always a Jezebel, it's just that people change, and we
that's
don't
the problem.
prepare for that change.
That's a problem. And the reason why it's a problem is because when you marry, if you are a wife, if you do have the wife spirit, your duty to the relationship, your duty to the covenant is not contingent upon if you change, if you go through postpartum, if your feelings are hurt, if you gain 30 pounds. You're supposed to fuck excuse my language. You're supposed to do what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to do your duty. You're supposed to be a wife. You're supposed to take care of the damn kids. You're supposed to hold that man down. Marriage and being a wife is not contingent upon if you change. No, you still continue to do what you're supposed to do. It's the same concept and the same structure of the military, for example. When you change, you go through changes in your life. You still be at the right place at the right time, wearing the same damn uniform, no matter what rank you go through. It's the same shit every day. The mission is first. And what we're doing is we're creating scapegoats for women. So if they do go through these changes, they can say that, oh, I don't no longer owe a duty to this marriage because I went through these changes. That is also a part of the Jezebel spirit. And you just indirectly, unintentionally expose that. And if you embrace that and believe that, you might have a Jezebel.
No,
spirit.
that's not.
Hold tight, Jab. Hold tight, Jab. Let me get some of the people up the top.
Yeah.
Let's get a mirror. Will, Trav, whoever want to go to speak at the top.
The reason I said that this was rubbish, because I didn't get a chance to explain myself, but I want to. The reason I said this was rubbish is because being a wife, one of the number one things you have to be able to do to be a wife is respect. Respect is the foundation of a marriage for the woman, on the woman's side mostly, because respect is the way a woman shows love to her husband, by respecting him. She was not able to respect any of the men that she was with, so she doesn't know what it is to be a wife in the first place. Secondly is to submit. The fact that she wasn't able to respect him, meaning that she wasn't even able to submit, because no woman can fully submit to a man that she doesn't respect. So her doing all of this, I know what it means to be a wife, and I know how to be a wife, and I can do it. I just, in my spirit, this is a bunch of woman speak, rubbish, stuff that sounds good in books and papers and poems. It's not real. It's woman talk, and I don't understand it. And yes, I'm a woman, but I don't speak that language. It's rubbish. Every time a woman starts speaking that woman talk, that in my spirit, I zone out. I'm like, wow, the paint on this wall is beautiful. I'm going to change this color maybe this summer. I cannot hear it. And the fact that, I'm sorry, Darwin, but the fact that men claim that they understand it, that's not something to try to understand. When a woman starts speaking like that, just call her out on the nonsense. Don't even try to understand that. If she's not able to speak clearly and fully and make sense, logical sense, then I'm not going to try to decipher what your spirit is trying to tell me.
Well, here's a problem with what you're saying.
For those of us that are Christian, we're going to be led by the Holy Spirit.
There's a problem with what you're saying, Amira. The fact that we have no fault divorce and women can walk away from marriages within the twinkling of an eye, and they don't have to stay long. You open up ability to exploit the whole covenant of marriage. You can then go into these marriages and pretend. You can go get a contract marriage for somebody to come overseas and get a fucking green card. You can pretend. You can give off a facade. If you didn't have this no fault divorce, or you couldn't even get divorced, it would be very challenging and hard to try to prevent or even risk trying to get into a marriage when you know you can't get out. But the fact that you can get in and get out in as many marriages as you want to, and you have a bottom line, and it's whatever money or survival or whatever, you have a plethora of women that look at guys as a lick whenever they come when they get on their knee and try to propose. So there is a such thing I'm just saying there is a such thing as women performing. You just have to be able to understand that. And she's just letting you know how she's able to separate that internal connection that she is supposed to have when she's with this man if they were to get married. She's showing that she's showing that, and she's not really, like Trev said, not really speaking for herself. She's saying that women are showcasing and are exposing the capability of being able to do that. That's why so many men are like, it's a trickery. So many men are like, damn, how can she just walk away? You got motherfuckers like Tyrese, like, damn, how can she just tell me she loved me every day like this and just fucking just break my heart and take everything? Like, you be amazed at how many men are like, damn, how are they able to do that? We don't even do that shit. We don't have that in us, bro. We just don't.
Different from what she was saying. She was talking this rubbish that she was saying. That's the main point that I was trying to get to. Like, yes, McPherson, what you're saying exists, and it's a problem. It's a huge problem. And if that's what she was trying to say, which that is your interpretation of what she was saying, because the fact that she wasn't able to speak clearly means that so many interpretations are able to be made. That means you have a different way of what she said. Sweeney has a different way of what she said. We all heard something different because she's talking in this spirit thing. All of the, I know I keep doing this, but that's what I see in my head. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but,
Amir, I
guys
think
know.
hold on. I think Kim wanted to respond to your spirit comment. What'd you say?
Spirit.
So those of us that are Christian, we are led by the Holy Spirit.
No, no. She was going.
I don't think Amira subscribes to the Holy Spirit.
No, she's talking about when a lady said that she's a wife, but not a wife in spirit, and that didn't make sense to her.
Yeah,
right. But whenever she was saying like, "Oh, I don't get the spirit thing," like she was describing what a woman's going to do in a performative manner. But we also know that if you're led by the Spirit, we know that there is a Jezebel spirit, as we discussed earlier, Jasmine, and then there's a wifely spirit, right? That's what I'm saying. So whenever she says it's rubbish, no, she was giving context to the type of spirits.
So you're saying the Holy Spirit is what was leading her spirit to being a Jezebel?
No,
she's saying that the Jezebel spirit. So remember I said Jezebel, a lot of people keep forgetting that Jezebel was a wife. You have Jezebel the wife, and then you have the wife of how Christ is supposed to. So they're both wife, but one is a Jezebel, one's led by the Jezebel spirit, and one is led by the Holy Spirit.
But she never said all of this. All of this are your guys' interpretations of what she said. That's why I said she spoke on all of these.
Amira, she's coming from a
Amira, I think it's a disconnect between you and the women in the West. The women in the West can understand this, Amira. I think your upbringing and how you were spiritually instilled as a child and trained up is different from these women in the West. These women in the West can do this. They can put on.
Sweeney,
I'm telling you.
You
don't understand it.
No.
Well, I don't. You're right. I don't speak it.
You would have to play that clip again, bro, and just
see.
Please don't.
No, please.
No, we don't have to do that.
We've
But listen,
on this clip for the past half
so
hour, and it's not even about her.
I think it's important. Yeah, it is. It's important to use this type of woman as a case study, right? The reason why we're going over it is because
She can't even be a case study.
It was just pause.
No, she didn't get to the good part.
Hold on, just pause it real quick, Jaya. You, Sweeney, you literally understand. You literally saying you can't understand how a woman.
Are you asking that rhetorically, or you want
a
me
man? You literally saying that you can't understand. Out of all the conversations we had on these panels, you can't understand that a woman can be loyal. A man can be loyal to a woman, and a woman not be loyal to him. She only loyal to herself. She has a bottom line. You don't understand that a woman can have that trickery.
Would you like for me to answer?
Go ahead.
I'm saying it doesn't make sense coming from her because you've never done it, and I'm going to explain how. You don't even have the. You can't even explain to us how you managed to do that to somebody because you've never done it. You ain't never pretended to be nobody's wife till you got what you wanted. You're saying that you this Jezebel and that you got.
She said I'm dating you.
I did it. You can be manipulative. You can do all of that shit. You can tell a man that I love you and get $1 out of him. I don't deny that. What she said that she described at the end of that, talking about some, I can be the perfect wife and I'm going to be all of this and I can be submissive, but I don't really want to be submissive. That shit does not work in real life. It does not work in practice. No woman can go into a relationship consciously knowing she's not going to do that. She doesn't want to do any of that shit, but she's trying to like, no. And
the women are telling you they can do that on the panel, Sweeney.
How many of y'all
and have done it? And have done it.
How many women on this panel were 100% submissive to a man that they didn't want to be submissive to, and they sat in a marriage with him for years on end?
I'm gonna tell you a story, and it's going to just really think about this story, right? All right. So it's two birds, a male bird, a female bird, and they got a family. The female bird is over the male bird, but she doesn't say something. So instead, she takes a stick every day from their nest to go build her nest. Every day, one stick. When she finally builds her nest, she leaves the male bird, she takes the family bird, and the male bird is left with like 4 or 5 sticks from their previous nest. I'm going to just leave that story right there.
That's it?
You want me to translate that for you? Y'all need her to translate that for y'all, really?
That's it. That's the story.
Translate in Arabic. Translate in Arabic.
And that's somebody really told me that story years ago, and I thought about that story when
that example, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Jasmine. I'm a smart motherfucker. Bro, you can literally use that example as a woman is with a man of wealth or either a provider or somebody, or even a man that's going 50-50. Fuck it. And she's slowly taking money out of the account and put it into a personal account.
Yeah.
And when she reach her goals financially, nigga, she's out. How can we not be able to understand the game, the free game we getting on manipulation? Right there. Pause it right there.
Then she's not a wife.
This is a perfect case. A perfect case.
She's not a wife. She ain't even pretending.
Hold on real quick. A perfect case of this, or example of this, from looking from the outside in, is what everybody destroyed Travis Hunter for. Motherfucking checkmate. They saw his woman potentially of the traits that she was explaining. And every man was like, you know what? She might act like she being a wife to this dude, but I'm telling you, bro, you need a wife. Bro, you can't see that, Sweeney.
Nobody, not one person said that woman was being a wife for him. Not one person said that Travis Hunter girl was being a wife.
You're making my point.
No, you're not. That woman.
The only person saying it, Sweeney, is Travis Hunter.
That's what I'm saying, Sweeney. He believe. I'm saying there's so many men out here. You know, that story is under a microscope. If that story wasn't on a microscope, it would just be like any other relationship that was going on. And the only people that are really being deceived is the person that's with her. And she's very careful and meticulous about not being exposed to that person. And the girl that Travis Hunter is doing a perfect.
But to Sweeney's point, Darwin, he is actively ignoring red flags. The rest of the world is holding up signs saying, "Hey, there's a red flag there." He is choosing to ignore that.
You made my point. You made my point that he's under a microscope. Because he's under a microscope, the world is able to show him the red flags. But just look at any other brother that's dealing with a Jezebel spirit like this that wouldn't have the microscope to show them the red flag. They would have to use their own discernment to be able.
A real wife who knew how to actually pretend to be a real wife, we wouldn't even know that. Wouldn't nobody be able to hold up a red flag to Travis Hunter saying your girl ain't no wife, because she would be pretending to be a wife, not only in the privacy of their own home, but outside in public. If we're seeing that she's not a wife, then that means that she's not a wife.
Look at Samantha Lee.
That's wrong. Listen. What you got to understand is that women, everybody knows that women do their shit test at the beginning, right? They understand how to gauge you. They're not trying to fool the world necessarily. They know how to fool you. They're going to get off just enough with this man. That doesn't mean she's going to attack every situation the same. Travis Hunter was obviously green as fuck. We know that. We understand that. We can see it, but like he said, there's a microscope underneath it, right? So if he wasn't the type to tolerate a woman going out while he sit outside of the club, then she wouldn't do that shit. But she knew he was a sucker the whole time. So women will push the envelope until you push back. He's still silly enough to talk about marrying her after all of that. If he was a dude that was a little more
How is
hip,
she
then she
manipulating
would
him?
have had to get her
What is
game.
this?
How is she
Trev, what-
manipulating him?
Hold on,
How is
Trev,
she
what is this?
manipulating him?
What is the solution to what she was talking about and what Travis Hunter is is going through? What is the solution? Back to what I was saying.
Oh yeah, the solution would be to, fathers stay in people's lives and help to vet the person that they're interested in. Right? You got to be able to pass on that ability for them to be able to discern. I mean, I know what you would say. You would say experience it, and I'm not going to say that won't also work because there's more than one way to skin a cat. But what I'm saying is that somehow we have to get it into these young men's brain that she's not the one. And these are red flags you got to look out for. They have to recognize them one way or the other.
How do we know that she's manipulating Travis Hunter?
We can feel it in the air.
Hold on, wait. No. What she's doing is extremely obvious. She ain't, but like, how do we know she's making him believe all that shit that they say about me? I'm not the things that they saying that I am. How do we know that? Or is she literally just showing him exactly who she is and he doesn't care?
Gentlemen,
to answer your question, the manipulation.
Gentlemen, this is going on far too long. See, there's structural problems here. And we don't want to talk about structural problems because we all want to talk about how we feel. People get caught up in situations like this because they deal with people based on how they feel, not structurally. See, I can tell you right now, whoever she was dealing with was not a man. Whoever she was dealing with was not a man because he doesn't understand structure, order, and decorum. He doesn't understand lover, leader, provider, protector. Because that's why I ask the question to ladies all the time. Can a man, your man, tell you no to something you want and you desire that they have the means to get? See, when I used to date, and it was perfect with me and my lady, it was perfect. It worked out perfect. And she could have been manipulating me, but the circumstances allowed for her to fall into my system, my program. So I tell women like this: when I was single and I was dating, I dated one of three places. We're gonna date at my house, your house, or the park. And if you can't get with that, then you can't be with me. But a woman, her job is to be supportive of a man. And how does she be supportive of that man? She maintains her femininity, she respects him, and she submits to him. That woman is not a wife because she doesn't know how to submit. That woman is not a wife because she doesn't know how to respect. That guy is not a man because he didn't require that. This is why I was telling guys yesterday or the other day that you're not raised to be husbands. And Darwin, I'm gonna beat this dead horse again. Because if you was raised to be a husband, I said guys will figure a woman out within 2 to 3 weeks max. There's no way in the world a guy who's raised to be a husband has not been taught that his woman is supposed to respect him and submit to him. That woman said it herself. She wasn't going to submit. She didn't want to submit. There was no connection. There was an attachment. She said there was no respect. And the guy could not figure out that this woman did not respect him because he doesn't have a way to test whether or not she respects him. He doesn't have a way to test whether or not she submits to him. The perfect way to figure out if a woman submits to you is to tell her no to things that she wants, she feels she deserves, and you have the means to acquire. If that woman, if you tell her no, and she's like, okay, she may ask why or beg, please. But if you say no and she's cool with that no, and her behavior towards you doesn't change, that's a woman that can submit to you. That's a woman that respects you. But y'all can go back and forth all night long. y'all gonna take a point here and a point there, but there's a structural problem. And if you don't address the structural problem that this dude is not a man, and that lady is not a wife, because a wife is looking to submit. She's looking for a covering to be under. She's not looking to, she's not moving the way that lady was moving. And I mean, the video, we don't even need to listen to the whole video. I mean, she's telling you she's not a wife as soon as she's opening her mouth. She's just not. And I don't want to, I mean, I guess if y'all want to keep going back and forth, I could keep listening for another 40 minutes, but it ain't going to change anything.
We ain't got to listen to her, but I do want to answer that question that Sweeney posed. What did you pose, question? About the Travis Hunter girlfriend or some shit like that? Manipulation, I think.
How do you know that she's manipulating Travis Hunter?
How do I know?
Yeah, how do you know?
Game recognized game, granddad.
Well, this is how I would.
That's another structural argument that y'all are having. That girl is too young, and well, she's not too young, but in our today's society, she's too young to be a wife because people think they got time, right? They think they're going to learn and grow to be a wife. She wasn't raised to be a wife, because if she was raised to be a wife, there will never be an incident where he's dropping her off at the club and he's sitting in the car for her to party. She's not a wife. I don't care if they get married. I don't care if they stay married for 20 years. She's not a wife. He may put her in a wife's role. Plenty of people put people in roles that they don't belong in. That doesn't make her that thing.
Well, I'm not gonna say that she's too young to be a wife.
She's not too young. Listen to what I'm saying. In today's modern society, because in our modern society, women think it's best to get married in your 30s. Women don't think they want to pursue their careers. They want to have fun. They want to be on girls' trips. They want to date around. Women in mass are not trying. They may talk about getting married, but women in mass don't want to be married before 25, because there's not a woman on God's green earth that could not be married by 25 if she wanted to be married by 25.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, Travis Hunter wife, if she keep doing what she wants, she's gonna get married before 25. And here's the thing: the way I would call it manipulation is Travis Hunter's fiance is accepting a position that she know she shouldn't be accepting. That is the manipulation with itself. You know good and damn well it's a flex. You know it's a prop. You know that you really don't want this dude. You wanted it. I think she was caught up in the video. I don't know if it's a music video or with some laying in some other dude's bed. She's getting dropped. I think you said it. She was getting dropped off.
That's one of them.
She's getting dropped off at the club, and she's leaning at. She's wearing a tight skirt and thong, and she's throwing that ass on somebody's lap. The manipulation is knowing your behavior. That you shouldn't be even accepting this position because you know you ain't right.
No, darling, that's not true. Listen, she should definitely accept this marriage from him, and if she wants to take him from everything he got, that's okay too. The reason why
I was answering the question on manipulation. I'm not telling her what she should do. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and I don't think it's manipulation. I don't think it's manipulation. I mean, we see it as manipulation, but you got to understand something.
Well, that's what he asked me. He said, "How do I know? How do I see that Travis Hunter is being manipulation?" And I'm just saying,
but Travis Hunter doesn't want to see what the reality is.
Well, that's a different question.
Right, I know. So what I'm saying is, we think it's manipulation because that's what it looks like to us. But Travis Hunter understands the dynamic of his relationship. He just doesn't view it the way we view it.
Right.
Because Travis Hunter is not a man. Travis Hunter is an amazing athlete. And now he's over the age of 18. That doesn't make him a man. So because he's not a man, again, he doesn't understand respect. Feminine. Somebody type it. Is that a mirror?
Yeah, he's not a man. Then what is he?
Respect, femininity, and submission All of that is under the supportive umbrella. She's not supportive. He thinks support is she's at my games. She's cheering me on. So because his structural problem, his structural foundation is messed up. He views this totally different. And so what we see as manipulation, he doesn't see it as manipulation because that's not where his mind is at.
Yeah, but that doesn't make him not a man, though.
He's not a man. If he was a man, he understands he is the head. He is the leader. He understands, woman, you get on my program, but he doesn't have a program for her to get on. So he's bringing his world and her world together. What he's saying is, these are the things she likes to do, and I want to be supportive of what she does. She supports me. She comes to my games. She cheers me on. She wears my jersey. When she want to go to the club, yeah, I don't mind sitting outside and letting her enjoy herself. This new age of males and their philosophy of how you bring relationships together, because they have this word, Darwin, it's called partnering. See, my woman's not my partner. I can't stand when a dude say my partner. When I hear women be like, oh, his partner. What are you talking about? Don't diminish my role. We ain't equal. I'm the head. How the hell we all of a sudden partners? Now we equal? So because this idea of merging two worlds, no, we're not merging two worlds. You're coming into my world. When you're coming into my world, this is how my world looks. Do you completely want to be completely a part of this world? Are you 1 foot in, 1 foot out, or are you 10 toes down? See, to be in my world, you have to be 10 toes down. Here's what that looks like. You're either going to get with it or you're going to get gone.
Well,
Travis Hunter will never say that.
When are they supposed to be getting married?
It don't matter. They could get married yesterday. They can get married.
No, because it speaks to the
he said as soon as he signed his contract, he was getting married. That's what he said out of his mouth.
Oh, he haven't been drafted.
He ain't signed the contract yet, so I think he's waiting.
But Will, you are absolutely correct when you said that he knows he likes her for whatever the hell she brings to him, and he thinks that whatever she's doing for him, he's good, and he likes to support her for whatever he wants to do for her. That's why I asked, what has she shown that says that she's manipulating him? Everything she's done has been on Front Street. All that shit she said, he was standing right next to her when she said it. The only thing I can honestly say that she did that he may not have known about was what she did with some dude with the dude at the club or some shit like that. But at that point, we could just call that straight up lying. But her,
we don't know. I mean,
we really don't even, because he didn't even react.
Might be cool with her sleeping with other dudes. We don't know.
You're absolutely right. That's why I'm saying, like, when we're talking about manipulation, how do we know the only way we would know that she manipulated him is if she married that nigga and then divorced him a year later and took half his goddamn check. Like, that still wouldn't be manipulated. She came out and said, I came into this just trying to get the bag, and I made him love me. I made him like me. I made him do all this. And even then, I don't know if I can necessarily believe that.
This is what the manipulation would be. If he spelled out to her what he expects from her, and she knew that that was not what she was going to do long term, and she said, I'm going to do what he says until we get married, and then I'm going to divorce him, that will be manipulation.
Right. Okay.
Say that though.
He has to listen, gentlemen. For a woman to manipulate you, my woman can be manipulating me right now. You know why I wouldn't know? Because she's on my program. Now, if she wasn't on
y'all
my
making
program,
a whole point I was making. That's a performance.
No, right. But listen. It has to be intentional though, because sometimes people can get on your program and then just like they're trying to make it work and it's just not working for them.
They may not like.
I'm saying when you know you don't want to be on this program and you're doing it until you get to a particular point where you can exit it and benefit from it. That will be manipulation.
I'm saying it's manipulation. It's still manipulation. Even if you get on a program, if you still reserve in the back of your mind The moment I don't want to be on this motherfucker, or the moment X, Y, and Z happen, I'm packing it up.
No,
Because when you
Darwin,
come
that's
into
not.
it, but
That's
I'm
not
telling you, we just have two different understandings, man.
right. So let's get on the same page with it. Right?
That's what I'm
'Cause that
saying. When
is okay.
I go into a marriage, when a man expects his wife, or when a woman goes to a marriage and she's reserving that card, I'm gonna play this divorce card whenever things don't go my way. Coming
then that
into
will be manipulation then.
That's what
But
I'm
that's two
saying.
different things for what. So we're not on two different pages. We were saying two different things. So I'm saying if a woman meets you, you're single, I'm single, Sweeney's single. We meet three women, and the woman that I meet fully says, I like this guy, I like what he's talking about, I'm with it. Cool. Me and her right off into the sunset. We good. Sweeney meets a woman and she's like, you know what? I like what he's saying. I don't know if I agree with everything, but I like what he's saying. Seems like a nice guy, handsome, and I'm gonna see where this goes. She reserves, obviously, in her trump card is if this don't work, I can end this relationship, just like my woman could, right? We rolled off into the sunset. She can decide to end the relationship.
It's a non-verbal contract that
Right.
she's had with herself,
right?
and
But
you don't know.
Sweeney and his girl right off to the sunset, and me and my woman, we make it all the way to our death day. But Sweeney and his girl, they end in 10 years.
We make it 20 years. We make it 20 years.
Yeah, 10, 20 years, whatever. They end, right? Because at some point it was just like, you know what, Sweeney, I was with you for all this time, and it just right now it's just deteriorating, it's breaking apart, and I'm out. Your girl, Darwin, sees you, she's like, oh, he kind of stupid. Okay, I can get with his program. I can get with it. Yeah, okay. And then he about to sign this contract. Okay, cool. And she just
pretend to submit.
Yeah, from the beginning, she wasn't with it. But she like, he ain't too bright, so I'm gonna act like I'm with it. That will be manipulation.
All of them are manipulation. It's just a different. The difference is the last one was very, very blunt and direct.
How was Sweeney's manipulation?
The difference
how was
is
that example manipulation?
Okay, well, I'm trying to explain it. The difference is the last one was very blunt. She was very strategic. She already knew She already knew that she was going to bow out regardless. The other ones, they didn't know whether they were going to bow out regardless, but they had it in their mind. There was a card that they were going to play. The difference between those and the other one or each other is just the duration. Like, how long will I endure it? But I'm still. That's why I said once you create no fault divorce and the fact that women can just peel out when they want to, it's easier for them to just want to get in a marriage knowing that they have the benefit at the end and they can just peel out. And I want Sweeney to walk it back on the record. I do not want this live to end for him to say that a 30-year marriage after a divorce after 30 years is a W. Bro,
hold on.
I would argue.
No. Hear what I said. I said if you and your wife make it 30 years and she pretends to be, and at the beginning of this marriage, she walked into it with I'm just going to do this because he wants me to, not because I'm actually into it. And she's the perfect wife for 30 years or until he dies.
Sign me up.
Count that as a win, bro.
Sign me up.
Okay, well, that's what I was saying. Let me respond to it because I didn't get to that. That is not a W, bro. That's an L.
A W.
How?
I'm gonna
How
tell
is
you
it an
why.
L?
I would rather have a marriage that ends in 6 months than a marriage that ends in 30 years. And I'm gonna tell you why.
Because you think marriage is emotional and it's not.
No, that's not what I was gonna say.
No,
Because
I'm telling you what you think.
First of all, the marriage that ends in 6 months, I can get an annulment for that. I can keep my assets. I can go try again and get married and give my life or give my trust and love to a woman who's going to appreciate it and rock with me to the end. Or I could just stay single. You know what I'm saying? But for you to say that can you understand how that would look for you to be in a marriage with a woman who unintentionally is with you, or she don't even really love you, she just playing it.
Let's say
what that look like. Hold on, Sweeney.
Let me just wrap. Let me put a bow on it. Let me put a bow on it. She give you 30 years of fake love, fake marriage, fake commitment, and then
Fake
she
submission.
leaves. She
Yep.
took away 30 years of you being able to get out there and attempt to find it with somebody who's gonna really do it.
Guess what, sir? Remember I told y'all we be talking about this Cinderella Snow White bullshit? That's that Cinderella Snow White bullshit right there. Because at the end of the day, Darwin, you know what that sounds like to me? Marital bliss. Give it to me. I'll take it. You can be with me for 30, 40 years and you can never love me. But if you respect me, I wouldn't even know.
He wouldn't even know. Think about it this way. This is her manipulating you, right, Bruce? Hold on, wait, Bruiser. Think of it this way. This is her manipulating you. She signed up for a 30-year lease of pretending to do some shit she don't want to do. And she does it to perfection, to the point where you had no idea. And let's say, for the sake of argument, at the end of it all, she divorces you because in some way y'all may feel like, oh, well, we just going in different directions, or she ain't come to you and say, I was faking my marriage with you for the last 30 years, because that's also a part of the manipulation. She ain't gonna come out and tell you she was trying to screw you over.
What did she take after 30 years? What did she take?
Wait, gentlemen, who cares?
Who cares? You built 30 years with this shit.
If she come
That's
out,
the problem, bro.
Gentlemen, think about this.
Y'all keep saying who cares. I'm telling you, I have made content. I have sat on Zoom calls with men that care,
and that's their problem.
And leaving them with.
But the thing is, Bruiser. The problem is I guarantee you, every last one of those men would tell you that the marriage wasn't perfect. There was shit that was going on in the marriage. She pretended to love him for 5 years, and then he was in a sexless marriage for 10, and then they got a divorce after 5 years after that. It's always rocky. I'm saying if a woman was a Stepford wife for 30 years, and it was unbeknownst to you, if any man walked in your room and said, man, my wife was the perfect wife for 40 plus years or 30 plus years, and then one day it just dissolved, that we just kind of fell apart in the last year, most men would be like, well, shit, man, she was the perfect wife. Like, I was able to build up my businesses. I was able to do this. Like, in his mind, at the dissolving of that marriage, he wouldn't even care to give her half because she's done it.
The problem with that, what y'all are doing is y'all are championing something. This is dangerous.
No, I'm not championing anything.
Okay, well,
I'm saying there's no such thing as no perfect wife. That's why I
championing something.
Let me be on the record.
Bruiser, I'm speaking for. Hold on, wait, Bruiser. I'm speaking to the fact that what that woman said is an impossibility. Can't no woman do that. So if a woman was to ever actually
be telling you, and all the women on this damn panel, damn near, except one, was telling you that is a capability.
Now one of them have done it. Now one of them done it.
Here's the thing.
I got a question for you, Dar. I got a question for you, Dar.
She said they did it.
Hold on. I got a question for you, Dar. So let's just say that she doesn't. Let's say that she doesn't divorce, but she was extremely unhappy the whole entire time. And she may express that to other folks, may not have told you. Like, would that be different? Or would that still be the same thing?
What be different?
Meaning that towards the end of it, she said, I'm gonna divorce you. So she pretended the whole entire time. But let's just say that she never divorced you, but she was unhappy the entire. She faked it the whole time. She just never submitted the divorce. So is your issue that the marriage came to a divorce?
Yeah. My issue is that the covenant was destroyed. We got divorced. I'm going to tell you, okay, you got to let me finish. This is the spiritual connection that a lot of this whole conversation has been removed out of it. You also have to look at how, if you have a relationship with God, if both of y'all, you got to understand that God hates divorce. God hates divorce. So you got to understand, if you're trying to be pleasing,
take divorce out of it. Let's say that he died.
Don't take divorce
let's say that he died.
No, because he said he was okay with a 6-month divorce. Like, that's
and then I asked y'all I also asked y'all, what is she taking away from this man?
Wait, Swing. I mean, Darwin, let's deal with the first fact that you are okay with the 6-month divorce because you can get it annulled.
I said, if I was to compare 30 years to 6 months, and I'm going by what I've heard in these rooms, speaking through the pains of these men who done been in marriages for 20, 30 years, they would have rather it end quickly. 6 months, get the annulment, get the hell on. I still got a chance to I'll go out here and find me somebody who's really going.
True, you're right. I was with my ex-wife for 19 years.
Play, pretend, and perform for 30 years and strip me of everything I work for.
Look, you're right, but you're wrong at the same time. No, if I'm going to deal with something traumatic, painful like that, I'd rather it not be prolonged. I'd rather not wrap my world into you and then it ends in divorce. Like we got legally separated at 31. Well, we first got together at 14. We got legally married at 21. We separated at 31, and we legally divorced at 33. I was still young enough to get on my square and build my life, because most dudes don't really, their upward trajectory don't really start until their 30s. So she left me at the right time for my sake. Now, if she would have waited another 10 years, it would have been more demoralizing. So I'm thankful for it happening sooner. Now, it would have been ideal if it would have happened when I was like 23, really got it out the way, right? But it doesn't matter, because structurally, that's still a divorce. We can't look at the divorce and act like, oh, I'm okay with the divorces if it's early because God don't like divorce. If we're going to bring God into these,
I didn't put God into it until we were just talking about the whole essence of marriage and being.
But you brought God into it, though. We didn't. So if you bring God into it,
I brought it into it because He was asking me whenever the marriage was ending after 30 years, why didn't I like that, or why didn't I champion that the way y'all champion it? I don't want to champion. Let me go on the record and say I don't champion no marriage, no woman just walking away from marriage, unless the things that we specified, which was clearly also aligned in the Bible.
But gentlemen, listen, you got to understand something. At the end of the day, what do men want? Men, y'all be talking about men want peace. I'm not the guy who says I want peace. I want respect. Respect brings about peace. Give me respect, and I won't know if you love me or not. See, you can love me all you want. Darwin, a woman can love me all she wants. Now, granted, it's obviously best to have both. But a woman can love me all she wants and not respect me. That is very possible. But it's hard.
Peace is not the only thing that men want. Men also want his assets. Men also wants his children in his life.
But you can't get all of that right away. We got to start with something, right? When we're talking about
you got to start with what actually takes place, bro.
No, because children don't come before respect. Respect.
That's not. But see, what you're trying to do is put this in in order of precedence. I'm just.
That's the problem. People don't do that.
Hold on, wait.
I'm trying to give you a structural format for this to work.
Bruiser, see, this is where we're missing the mark. Again, we're talking about a Stepford wife, a woman that was the perfect wife for you. That means that just as much as you invested in it, she also invested in it.
I wasn't talking about a Stepford wife. Y'all putting
That's why you're basing the argument off of what I said.
Then y'all moving.
I did not. I kept it. I've been the same. I said, if you're talking about a woman that could pretend to be the perfect wife, ultimately submissive, what that woman described that she is, if she can be that for 30 years and be faking it, you can count that as a win. There is no woman on this planet that could do that. That is an impossibility. But if you're saying that, and so when you say that, you push back and say, well, what if I lose everything? If your woman was the perfect wife for you, that means whatever money she brought into you, she allowed you to take it and invest it if she needed to. She was the perfect submissive wife. She did everything you asked her to, all the way down to the nitty gritty. That means you made money off this woman. You wasn't able to invest because of this woman. Your kids was raised.
That's what I'm saying. When I originally spoke to this, when you brought up the being married for 30 years, I clearly stated that there can be. What did I say, Trev? It can get to year 10. It can get to year 7. It can get to year 8. And you end up in a what? sexless marriage for the
Right.
next 10 years. I'm saying
Easily.
y'all moving the goalpost saying that
Never
the
moved the
whole
goalpost.
you did. You just said the whole 30 years was perfect.
I always said the whole 30 years. The whole argument that we're having is based off of what I said, which is
No, the
And
whole
then you
argument
added,
was
then you
based
added if he
on what the woman
died and
said
all
in the
this extra
video.
shit.
your argument against me was I said if you said, Sweeney, how can you count that as a win? I said, and again I reiterated, you're talking about a woman that pretended to be the perfect wife for 30 years. Yes,
No, I'm
I
not.
will.
That's not what I was. Well, let me
Well,
correct you.
then we missed up. Then we're not even arguing at that point.
My whole premise was aligned with what the video displayed. I didn't deviate from that.
That
Y'all
woman
started.
is-
Y'all. What y'all did was y'all took this woman in this video. Clearly said she didn't respect this dude. She just did what he wanted her to do. He said the things she wanted. I'm saying that if you take 30 years of a woman performing or whatever, or she get into a marriage, a performative wife, at some point in time, she can unbecoming of a wife. She can start backsliding, or she can start changing. She can start what did she say? Chameleon spirit. She can start baiting and switching on you. I'm saying that this stuff is taking place in real life. It's not something that's just made up. And I'm saying that even though these women are changing, these men still are sitting here trying to fix it. Because what do we do as men? We try to fix shit. We all it's literally nothing that it's not a whole bunch of things that we can't fix. But yeah, if the woman is out here sleeping with another man, yeah, okay. But still, that still makes my point though. These women are getting into these marriages, man, and they literally turn into somebody else, and the guy don't even recognize these women.
Darwin.
And I'm saying, what you're trying to say is this woman is perfect. I'm like, no, this woman is not going to be perfect the whole 30 years.
Darwin, listen to me, bro. Listen to me. I'm hearing you. I've been listening to y'all for a long time. I'm hearing you. I don't know if you're listening to what I'm saying. Structurally, a woman is supposed to submit to her man. A woman is supposed to respect her man.
I know
a woman is supposed to remain in her femininity with her man. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. Do you think men or guys operate that way?
I believe that men have some type of understanding of how that a woman's supposed to operate.
No.
But
Do men operate? The guys that you're talking about who's complaining, I was one of those men. That's why, listen, my ex-wife's father should have never gave me his blessing to marry his daughter. I was just too young. He didn't vet me properly to make sure that I had the necessary skills. I mean, I grew up in a fatherless home. There was things I just didn't know.
Yes, the men operate that way.
No, the men you're talking about, they operate that way, that a woman must respect him, submit to him, and remain in her femininity?
Yes, they do.
There's no way in hell that them dudes had a woman on a program like that. She abided by said program. And then the relationship came to an end, and he didn't believe that he got his just due out that 20-30 year relationship. Because
I'm saying whether it's 20, whether it's 5, whatever. I'm saying that men are operating like this. They're communicating their structure, the structure that you just explained.
Right.
And these women are transforming on them.
Right.
I'm saying the perfect example. The perfect example was the Tyrese Samantha Lee situation.
No, that's a terrible example, because Tyrese definitely does not have structure. Tyrese, 90% of these celebrity dudes are bagging women off their success and their fame. They're not.
That's fine, but that don't mean he can't have structure.
He don't got no structure. He don't got no structure, dog.
Just because you have money don't mean you have. How do we know that he didn't? How do we know he didn't outline how his household was supposed to operate?
But you're saying, but listen,
if you watch how he operates outside of that marriage,
as he did. You're operating as if he did.
What I'm saying is, the reason why I'm saying this is all I'm saying, bro. We're seeing examples of marriages come to a divorce, and we're shocked. Like, we never saw any signs or any indication of this marriage ever even come. Like, have you ever went down your timeline or ever turned on the TV and then you say, "Oh, these two are filing for divorce"? You're like, "What the fuck? Where does this come from?" You can just say yes or no.
Wait, say that again.
Have you ever turned on your TV or went down your Instagram timeline or whatever and seen a post or an article or a report of a couple that didn't give off any signs or have any issues in the public eye, and all of a sudden their marriage is coming to an end, irreconcilable difference, and you're like, what I'm saying is, yeah, I get it. We don't know what's going on in the household, but the point still remains. You don't know whether they're going to get the man has created any structure or he didn't. It doesn't. Your argument still doesn't stand that he's not a man because he didn't give structure, or what'd you say? Travis Hunter is not a man.
He ain't.
He is a man. He just lacked discernment.
No, he's an adult male.
So what you're doing is you're giving feminists and people who want to tear down masculinity ammunition to attach connotations or strip us of who we are. That's have fine. Guys out here that just don't have the education or the upbringing. That doesn't mean they're not a man.
Call them something until they develop into the thing that we're going to call them. Travis Hunter is not a professional athlete, is he? As good as he is, he's projected to be the #1 overall pick. Is he a professional athlete? No,
okay, so
he's not.
So what makes
technically he is? Because
technically he's not. He hasn't been drafted yet.
So when you get paid,
what makes you a man then?
No. Well, he's not. He's not paid to be a professional athlete. You have to be under some contract through a league or whatever. This whole
thing you're doing, Will.
This NIL don't make you a professional athlete. You're still an amateur athlete. You just happen to be getting paid, which I understand in white. The technicality of being paid to do what you do makes you a professional. But we know he's not attached to any league. He's a role independent guy. If that's the case.
You also give people like Travis Hunter, who are men, you also give them an scapegoat. You also give them an excuse indirectly by saying he's not a man yet. So when he do fuck up in life, he can use the excuse you gave him to say, well,
because you still
they said I wasn't a man, so this is
you still gonna be punished to your crime. Ignorance of the law is not a defense of the law. They send kids to prison.
In my book, and what I believe, everybody on this panel is a man, regardless if you got your shit together. Not my book. You are a man. You are a man.
And we have two fundamentally, structurally different views on the world, and that's why there's a conflict.
And that's fine. And that's probably where we're going to agree to disagree.
I don't agree to disagree. I just accept
I don't use connotations like a real man.
I don't use that either. I didn't say real man. I said, listen, there's a maturation process. Right now, we have an arbitrary age of 18 that makes you a man. Why ain't that boy a man at 17 and 288 days of age? Why ain't he a man then? Why does he need to be 17 years, 365 days on the 365th day?
Have you ever heard your father say, "What's up, young man"?
Yeah. No, I didn't hear my father say that because I ain't
heard anybody say, "What's up, young man"?
I've heard other men say it, but
you're a man. You're just young.
You're not a man.
You are.
When do you become a man?
And until we start to accept that and stand on it, masculinity is always going to be under attack.
Darwin, when do we become
men? We don't even call ourselves man until we got a fucking paycheck.
Darwin, when do we become a man?
Even if you want to go and say, all right, when you're emancipated, whatever, he's living on his own, ain't he?
Yeah. If you start to listen, if you start provide, well, hold on. Before we do that, what's the criteria of being a man? Because when a baby comes out the canal, are they a man when they're male? Are they a man?
Depends on the country, right? It's subjective.
They're baby though. They're
no country that's gonna put a baby fresh out the womb.
I can explain it.
Not one country.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like in some places it might be 15. Right. Some places might be.
So
you're talking about a boy. You're talking about a male infant, right? When they're born, a male infant is a man in the form of an infant.
Not this nigga being
man in the form of
no, I'm not.
No. See, Bruce's point is basically you don't want to detach the word man because women weaponize that and use it to belittle.
I see what Will say.
So we don't want to. Well,
but see, in my book, that's what we call it. We call
care
it
because
man and
that's our
woman.
counterparts. That's who we deal with, right? And we want
So
women
if
to
they on
respect
your
us as men.
program, how they gonna weaponize it? How can a woman weaponize that if she's on your program? That means she's submitted to whatever you are.
So
she's
you're
on your
bringing it
program.
into like individual and stuff. We're talking about people who have platforms and influence. Use those terms, those as buzz terms to manipulate the masses, and that's one of the things we're trying to counteract against.
As men, let's collectively try to have forget what women do, forget what other people outside of the six of us right now do. Let me just ask y'all, and I'm accepting what y'all answers are. Well, I'm not accepting Darwin's answer because that was crazy. A man in the form of an infant. What is when does somebody become a man to you, Trev?
It's subjective.
Okay,
I would say my subjective is when you're emancipated, when you are now fending for yourself.
Okay, so you're 16 years old.
Your parents.
You're 16 years old and you have a job at McDonald's. You're emancipated. You making what? I don't know what they're making right now. $14, $15 an hour. You're saying that they're a man now?
They can afford to live.
What do you say he is?
So my answer would be it does depend on maturity, but technically, like historically, I would say after 13.
Okay,
like, or whenever after puberty.
So the puberty hits, and like you're saying, 13-year-old kid lives at home with their parents. They go through puberty. Boom. They're a man now?
Yeah. He's able to
I said historically. I'm speaking
able to procreate.
Okay, but y'all not even giving me answers on what y'all are saying. Just tell me what y'all think of man.
I just told you once you become able to procreate.
Maturity. Because
once he's able to populate the earth.
Darwin is saying if your reproductive organs start to give life, now you are a man.
If you are able to populate the earth, you are considered a man.
So at 13, hold on, wait. So at 13, hold on, wait. I'm about to ask this question then. So that means at 13, if he commits a crime, he should be tried as an adult.
They are some 13-year-olds are tried as adults.
No. Listen. For any infraction, you should be charged as an adult for said infraction, not the severity of the infraction. Any infraction, because you are technically a man.
According to the law, you are a teenager at 13.
No, we're asking.
Well, like he was just asking you about how you feel. Like
this was your world.
Your thoughts.
What age is a bar mitzvah at? What age can you procreate? This historically speaking, that's why it's subjective, because in America it's what 18, 17, 18 is when you technically qualified as a man.
My whole point is subjective.
In other countries they would lower that age.
That's why he's
asking. Well, I think he was asking you. He's just asking you without looking at the law. Yeah, without looking at the law, without looking at how things.
Without looking at the law,
like how do you view it?
I don't believe anybody's a self-sufficient male until post 25.
That's why I'm not talking about self-sufficient male, right? We're just asking you. Okay, listen, let me tell y'all what my idea is. Now, we don't have to agree, gentlemen. I'm just trying to understand y'all's understanding so I could try to apply some logic to what y'all are saying. Y'all could apply the logic to what I'm saying. It don't matter what the age is.
We can't apply because you haven't told us what you call him. If you don't call him a man, what is he? What is the polar opposite?
Wait. In my eyes, we have babies that are born who are born with a male sex organ and they're the male gender. As they grow up, they're a boy, child, whatever you want to call them. But as they hit that puberty stage, they are starting to. They go through their little metamorphosis. And their body is starting to.
What is his name? Is he still a boy?
He's still a boy. Yeah, he's still a boy.
Okay. At what point
developing his man body?
At what point does he become a man?
I'm about to tell you. He's going to be a male forever, right? Because we don't switch to female ever. So he's a male forever. He grows into being a man. How do you grow into being a man? When you develop the necessary skill set to be self-sufficient. See, when you know how to hunt or work, when you know how to provide for yourself, when you know how to lead yourself, when you know self-guide, you don't need someone telling you anything to do. You're fully self-sufficient. Now, you don't have to be the smartest, you don't have to be the fastest, the strongest, but that's why I say a lover, leader, provider, protector. You got to provide for yourself, protect yourself, lead yourself, and love yourself. When you can fully do that, you don't have to be the best. You have to hit a sufficient mark
So let me
where
ask
you
you this.
don't need other people. As
So let me
long as
ask
you
you this.
still depend on people to provide for you, you ain't a man.
So
You're an
let me ask you
adult
this.
male.
So let me ask you this: if a young 17-year-old, he turns 18, he marries his high school sweetheart, is he still a male?
If does he live at his parents' house? Did him and his wife move into his parents' house?
They depend on each other. They got careers and they work together with each other.
Wait. Darwin, they're not having careers at 18.
Okay,
Rephrase your
well, what I'm
scenario.
saying, they're going off. They're continuing from 18 and on with their lives, and they're both
They
contributing
both
to the house.
working, can contribute to a household, raising the
You're
baby.
saying that
Gentlemen, listen to what I said now. Don't
So,
conflate. Can
so
he
Will, I moved
provide
out at
for
13.
himself without that marriage? Or does he need her to help him take care of the bills?
She's a helpmate.
I didn't ask that. Listen to what we're talking about.
So
Whether or
you're
not
saying I know what you're doing now. You're saying that you're looking at the money he made, the bills.
No, I'm not looking at the money he makes. I'm saying, can he take care of himself, or does he need her to work to help
Yes,
him
if they
take care of
broke up,
himself?
Will, and what I'm telling you is, they broke up, he wouldn't have a choice. He
Sir,
would probably go back home
Hold on.
until
Let's
he
make it
got on
simple.
his feet.
Let's make it simple. If they broke up, he can get his own 1-bedroom apartment or
Thank
studio apartment
Come
and
on,
take care of
man.
himself.
if he can take care of himself, he's a man. If he cannot take care
Him
of
White just said
himself,
he was 13 and he was
Yeah, I
able.
moved out at 13.
if he's 13 and he can love, lead, provide, and protect himself, he is a man.
Yeah, 13. I lived with my girlfriend. I moved out, and yeah.
So
No,
do you
you
believe
live
that?
with your girlfriend, you ain't a man. You
No,
live with your
listen
girlfriend.
to me. I made my own money. I lived with my girlfriend at 13. We stayed together.
Whose house was it?
Her mother had a rental unit.
You ain't
We
a
stayed
man.
together.
Oh,
You
come on,
need
man.
somebody to
So
take
let me
care of
ask you
you.
this, Will. Can you come from a man to back to a male?
Yeah.
How?
You can lose your manhood, sir. Yes.
No. What do you mean by lose your manhood?
When you can no longer, okay, look, when guys are homeless on the street, we're like, look at that homeless man. That ain't a man. That's a homeless male. He
So let me ask
cannot
you this.
take care of himself.
So
Now,
you know
unless
the
he's
dude. So you know
choosing,
the dude. You know.
listen. If he's choosing to live on the streets because that's where he wants to be, then you can't hold it against him. He can take care of
And I
himself.
think we're
When you
left off
cannot
what
take
Trev
care
said.
of
It's
yourself,
subjective.
it's not subjective. It's can you take care of yourself?
Y'all hold on, wait. You're arguing what he believes a man is. That's why he asked y'all, what do you believe a man is? So he can discuss it from your perspective. He was just giving his perspective just for the sake of y'all understanding fully
I'm
where he's
saying,
coming
like, it's
from.
all subjective then. Because if
But
he's saying,
what
about your subject?
Yeah, but y'all haven't even established to tell
I
me.
just told you. I told you. I don't care if he. I don't care if he. Let's say, for example, this man becomes self-sustaining. He got his own. He could take care of himself. Some woman accuse him of something. He had to go to jail. He loses all his stuff, and he comes back out. But he's got to stay at home with a relative until he get. I don't call him a male. He's still a man. He just had a setback.
That's fine. I understand. And because we have a society, the way we talk to each other, we look at them. Once you're an adult, we call you a man. And this is why I tell women they're so confused about who they should be entertaining and who they shouldn't be entertaining, because we have no way of categorizing guys that they meet. Everybody's
we don't
a
have
man.
to categorize them by male and man. We could just
do.
categorize.
You do, because self-sufficiency is important.
What I'm saying is we literally logically don't have to do it that way. We can literally categorize them by their ability to be self-sustaining instead of using the word man and male.
Oh, okay, but watch this. Self-sustaining is subjective, right? And now we start to say, what is self-sustaining? Hold on, watch this. I'm with you. I look at a man that can if he can take care of himself, he's a man. But the average woman is going to start looking at self-sustaining being what income level is he at? 6 figures. They think that's self-sustaining. A man
Okay, well,
under
that's to
6
her
figures is not
criteria,
self-sustaining.
but to his own criteria. But we could probably come back to this though, because I think JR trying to.
Well, I'll make this last point and I'll wrap mine up. If a man makes it clear to a woman what his program is, she comes underneath his program, all his problems go away. Whether she's faking the funk or not, all of his problems go away. Because as long as when he comes home, that woman is doing what he expects, what he needs and expects her to do, he shouldn't be having any problems, whether she loves him or not.
He shouldn't. Keyword shouldn't. But I'm telling you, there's a new era, and women are doing that initially, and things are turning sour, bro. Just that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
You don't believe me? I made a video that just went viral 7 days ago, and it was talking about why older men are not dating anymore. I'm telling you, bro. Look at those stories under there, bro. You'll be shocked.
Yeah, but those dudes don't have programs though.
Oh
a woman. I'm confused. Would you
You're
expect?
saying, how do you know that they don't have programs?
Man, I talk to dudes almost every day, and every time I talk to a dude, he shows how incompetent he is. Let's not act like as bad as these women are out here. Let's not act like the dudes just got their stuff together.
I don't think anyone on the panel believes that, because we all talk to men in some way and do some sort of coaching and everything else. So we understand that there's a lot of work that men also have to do to be suitable to be a husband or even a man, as we're talking about right now.
Yeah, so we can't just, if these dudes, and I'm not absolving women at all, but if these dudes can figure out who they are, figure out what they're trying to accomplish, establish what they will accept and what they won't accept, and then make that clear, that woman will get with it or she won't.
Right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, whenever in my book, you don't have to do that. In my book.
Well, what do you have to do?
In my book, a man should not have to do that. A woman's supposed, you marry a woman, you take a woman as your wife. In my book, this woman is supposed to submit to you in all of her ways.
That's what I said.
That's what I'm saying. It's not supposed to be, I got to communicate or I got to know.
But what is she submitting? If you don't communicate, what is she submitting to?
She's submitting to you, bro. That's just her role.
But what? She don't just say, I submit to you. It's not coming to America. Whatever you like. That's not how the world works.
But
you got to communicate.
You're making my point. You're making my point.
Well, you're making my point.
Okay, marriage was not supposed to be contingent on how the world works. It didn't. The marriage didn't come from the world. Marriage came from God. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It wasn't contingent on.
I said a woman needs to submit to you, respect you, and maintain her femininity. That's what I said. Did I not say that, Trev?
Yes.
Yeah, you said it, but you also said a man has to go and communicate that. I'm saying a man is not supposed to have to communicate. This is something that she's supposed to learn. This is something she's supposed to learn from her upbringing. Like you said, raised to be a wife. Your words.
Right, darling. But I told you these women are not raised to be wives. See, if women were raised to be wives, you will not have to communicate that because she would have learned that in her upbringing. Just like these dudes are not taught to be husbands.
You're also not compensating for the women who were raised to be wives, but still deviated.
Hold on. Darwin, I don't know. I ain't never met a woman in my life that was raised to be a wife. I don't know how many you meet, but I've never met one. Not one.
Why do you have to meet them for them to exist?
I didn't say they don't exist. I'm saying
what's the point of saying you didn't meet them?
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying. I can't make an argument for a type of woman that exists if I've never met one. I could say in theory, a woman who was raised to be a wife. But if I've never met one, we're talking about something, again, Cinderella, Snow White. Maybe they exist, maybe they don't exist. Trev, have you ever met a woman that was raised to be a wife?
I just came from the Philippines. I would have said yes. Me traveling.
Have you ever met one in America that's been raised to be a wife?
Not many. A couple though. Not a lot. Not a lot.
Have you, JR?
It's far few in between over here.
Yeah, I mean
say that.
it's not a lot, but I mean there are some that
met one though, JR. Not believe they exist. Met one.
Like I've met one or two, but a lot of them they had to learn. And they may have learned like throughout the after marriage, they may have learned.
No, I'm talking about raised.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I know about a couple of them.
By the time these girls are 18, they know exactly what to do.
There's some out there.
I don't think nobody knows exactly what to do because everybody's information is different. But I think they have
according to their parents, right? According to their parents' upbringing, I'm raising you to be a wife, raising you to submit, raising you to respect, raising you to stay in your femininity, raising you to be supportive, raising you to serve. Like these things, women are not being taught to do.
I mean, I don't see it too.
So
I
let me
don't
ask you
see
that.
all of it. I mean, you may see some things that you can work with, but I don't see.
Absolutely.
But I don't think everybody's going to give you 100% of what you're looking for.
Well, let me ask you this: you have any daughters?
Yeah.
Are you raising them to be wives or no?
I tried to raise my oldest two to be wives, but when me and their mother not together anymore, you got a house divided, and their mother's offended.
So with that, right? How about Darwin? You got a daughter or no?
No, I got two sons.
Okay, and why you raising your daughters to be a wife or no?
Explicitly, no, but yes. And what I mean by that is they emulate their mom. So I'm not saying to them, this is the training for you to be a wife, but they're learning how to operate through their mom.
But are you going to teach them about
that they need to get married
what a man
and all
expects
that
and what a man expects and how to take care of a man? Then that's raising them to be a wife, in my opinion, at least. Right?
In my opinion,
if you were showing them what
daughter,
to expect and what a man is going to want and how to conduct yourself, right? Then I think in that opinion. So if we just take this small sample size, everybody has at least made an attempt to, and I'm going to include myself because yes, I have a daughter and I am very deliberately performing that, right? So if we take the small sample size, then we could say safely that okay, there are some men who are raising their daughters to be wives, and I would venture to say that we're probably not the only ones doing that, right? And I would say the percentage is small, but there are some men who are actually doing that.
Yeah, I don't doubt that there's some women out there that was raised to be wives. I just said I never met one. So until I meet one, then I'm going to have my skepticism that they even exist. But I can err on the side of caution that they exist. I'm not going to fight until they don't exist. But come on, man. I'm 42 years old. I'm in this space that I'm in. I talk to women on a regular basis. Women are not being taught to be wives.
But then check this out. What I say is this: most women who I meet in these spaces and are willing to be on these spaces are very different than women I would interact with in real life.
Not for me. Listen. I'm in so many circles. I go so many places. Women are career focused. That's how you know they weren't trained to be wives. The average woman, the overwhelming, women in general, I would say about 70+% of women for sure are extremely career focused. The other 30%, you got some women that may just have jobs or not. They don't really have much direction or whatever. In there, you may find some women, maybe 1% total or 0.1% that may have been raised to be wives. But you cannot raise your daughters to be wives when you make them college focused. It's impossible. Those two things don't coexist. They compete against each other.
I would definitely disagree with that.
Okay,
I would definitely disagree with it because I've seen it. I've seen it work in a lot of scenarios where people.
I didn't say it can't
there's
work.
a certain understanding you have to have, right, and a certain respect that you have to be willing to give, and it's not easy to do. But there are plenty of women. I think it's a frame of mind. I don't think that your career is going to determine whether you can cater to your husband and make sure that you are on his program and submitting to him. I don't think it takes away from that.
No, you got to keep in mind servitude, right? If you have a career And most women's careers are not 40 hours a week. It's 50 plus hours, and they have to be professional. So it takes time to get ready for work. They can't just jump out the bed and just go to work as is. So these women are investing probably at a minimum 60 hours a week onto their job. When me and my lady met, she was working 70 hours a week on her job.
All right. So it's 36.6 hours of the average woman's work week. That's the average. There's some more, some less, but that's the median.
Not women with careers. Not women with careers.
Does every woman have a career? We're just going by the average woman, right? Or
but I'm talking about the women who are pushed to college. That's why we talking about the women. You're saying that you believe. I'm telling you, when women are pushed to college, there's no way you trained a girl who you pushed to college to be a wife. There's no way she was raised to be a wife.
I would say it would absolutely depend on your degree. And again, certainly your frame of mind, right? And there's always that thing called balance that I love to talk about. If there's just like how we're expected to have a life, work, homework balance, they're expected to also. And the women who understand family as a duty first will understand that. That's why you see a lot of women who will take the sacrifice and have their children early and put their career to the side. It doesn't happen on a lot of them. And again,
but
I don't
ring
think
by
enough of them
spring
do
is
it.
a college term. That's a term for women in college. The ring by spring thing, where they're actively going to college to find their husbands.
Yeah, but black girls are okay. Let's just keep it real. So black girls are not taught to go to college to find their husbands. That's not a thing in the black community.
True that.
Y'all know it's not a thing.
Because most of us are raised in single parent homes. So surely they haven't seen the example, that they haven't had, the man to instill what they needed to into them. So we get that part.
Yeah,
there's no denying that.
We're talking about black families, though. We're not talking about non-black people, right? Or are we talking about non-black people?
I didn't know we were, but if that's
no, I'm just saying. But when we had these conversations, we're not talking about other ethnicities. We're talking about ours, right?
No, we talking about.
I speak in generalities, but if
we are speaking in generalities, but I'm saying, are we talking about Indians and Asians and whites? We're talking about all these different people right now.
I think we're just talking about Americans. Period.
See, that's where I mean, I could accept that we're talking about everybody.
No, we gotta concede the point, bro. Like we can't make that point. That's bad faith argument. Like in the black community, the average girl that goes to college, if she does have a father, is telling her to be able to be self-sufficient because she may not be able to depend on the man. We got to be honest in the comments.
I'm saying when we talk up here, gentlemen, we got to talk like men, and we gotta be honest, because if we're not honest and we try to just sound good, and I'm not saying that's what you brothers are doing, but I'm saying that we just trying to sound good and say things that's socially acceptable, bro, they nothing gonna change. I'm sitting here telling you.
At that point, that would mean that you're under the impression that everyone on the panel is being disingenuous. I
am to some degree. I am to some degree.
More credit than that. I would give
no. I'm giving y'all credit, right? That's why I'm prefacing it, but I'm not saying that's what y'all are doing. But
when I speak on these, unless I specifically say black or whatever,
that's fair.
That's fair on all races. Now, if you ask me a question, if you frame a question like, do single mother households send their black daughters out to go be wives by spring? They're not going to answer to that.
Okay, but let's use that example real quick. Do we really know any single mother households in the Indian or Asian community?
It's far less.
No, do we know?
I do.
Okay,
I do.
Okay, do you know one, Trev?
Of what community? Asian, yeah.
Indian and Asian.
Not Indian, but Asian.
I don't.
You know a single mother household in the Asian community?
There's a single mother household. Yeah. There's a couple of single mother households in this division, but I do not know what their race is.
Wait, I'm going to ask you, Trev. The Asian girl that's a single mother, does she have a baby with a black man?
No.
Okay. What nationality does she have a baby with?
The Asian woman I know had a baby with a black man.
What nationality does she have a baby with?
Will, it's not like you're trying to castrate your own people.
Huh? Well, first of all, we at the bottom. So I mean, are we trying to make Are we trying to paint a picture like we ain't?
Who was at the bottom?
We, black people.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Where we ranked then? If we ain't at the bottom.
What are we talking about? What are we
Yeah, using which metric? And marriage rate?
What metric are we not at the bottom?
Black men aren't at the lowest totem pole.
No, black people, not black men, black people as a whole. What metric are we not at the bottom?
Sports and entertainment. Good night.
What metric, gentlemen, are we not at the bottom?
Attraction levels, sports.
Come on, Mike. Come on, man. Stop playing. Trev and Bruiser want to say that I'm castrating our people. What level?
I never said that. I just said what specific metric are we talking about? Because we don't know what you're
you named
pertaining
the
to. I
metric
think it
that
makes
we're
sense.
not at the bottom, Trev.
Well, Marcus just named a few. So what I'm asking is specifically, you had something in mind, right? That's what he mentioned. You had something specific in mind. So
if you step on our Jordans, we're at the top for whooping your ass if you do. No, but for real, the only reason why I said it sounded like you castrating is because you tried to say that because it's almost like you started to say the only reason why this Asian woman was a single mom because a black nigga impregnated her.
Oh, sir, that's typically what happens.
Wow, God, you double down on it, man.
Yes.
So you saying Asian man is incapable of making single mothers out of their own
That's
race?
not what I said. I said you got to think about what we're exposed to. We're not going to be exposed to Asian women who date Asian men. When do we come in contact with them if it's not in a professional setting?
I seen a couple at a play group.
The military.
So yeah, you can see them, but you don't know if she's a single mother.
I've seen a couple out at the playground out here.
But how do you know if she's a single mother?
No, well, I just told you I did see a single mother out here. A couple of them. I don't know what race they are though.
Okay, but then that don't count. We're talking about Asian women and Indian women right now. When do you see an Asian woman or Indian woman who has their offsprings by the same race? When do we come in contact with those women if it's not in a professional setting?
We don't.
I don't come in contact with them.
Because our cultures are different.
Right. So then how do we know that they're single mothers?
I know because
well, what's your point though?
I know because I used to mess with one of the girls.
Right. See, he messing with a girl who did now in white. The Asian girl, does she got a baby by a black man?
Yeah.
See?
She got 3. Yeah.
See? Man, you know what? I'm going to sleep, gentlemen. If we're not going to have honest conversation, it's way too late.
You literally moved the goalpost, though. You admit
How
that.
did I move the goalpost? My mind frame, I'm thinking we're talking about black people. I understand you say you're talking about people as a whole, and I'm with that. I'm cool with it. But I don't think we can have honest conversations about people as a whole because we don't really know these people. If you don't know Asian women who are single mothers, if you don't know Indian women who are single mothers, we don't really know these people.
Why didn't you use white people then?
Well, because we don't really know white people either.
I know a lot of white people, bro.
But I'm talking about we as a whole. You might know some white people.
I think all of us as a whole know some white people.
Most of the white people I know are successful in life and they're married to the same ethnicity that they are. They're white women married to white men. I don't know single mothers that are white women, but one. I know one, and all her babies are by black men.
Shit, I know plenty.
But it's her babies by black men, though, Trev?
No,
yeah.
No. I'll say this. A lot of them, right? And they might be down with the brown, but when it comes to procreating, a lot of times they stay within their own situation.
So Trev, you telling me you know white women who are single mothers and they had babies by white men?
Absolutely.
And
I know some multiple.
Say that again.
I actually do know some of those. Shit, you
That's
could
cool.
go on
That's cool.
paternity court. Look at the paternity court episodes.
No, it's cool. I'm not saying they don't exist, gentlemen. Listen, I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm trying to establish the relationship with these women. How do you know these women?
Oh, these are people that I knew from back in the day.
I know. I went to school with a lot of them.
I'm not around only black people.
I didn't say that.
I primarily am only around black people at this
I didn't
phase.
say that, but
prior
let's not.
to that, I was.
Listen, if you're not, then you will be the exception to the rule, Trev, because most black people are around black people to the tune of like 95% of us. Most of us do not commingle with other ethnicities. Same with other ethnicities. Most white people are around whites. Most Indians are around Indians and whites.
But you say that you say that, and I'm trying to draw it back to the reason why you say the topics should only fit the people we around or black people. It should be.
No, I didn't. I said I thought we were talking about black people, but when you say you're talking about all ethnicities, I said, okay, I accept that. I just don't know how we're so well versed in these other ethnicities.
Because
now, y'all know them, y'all can speak on them. Y'all know them. I don't know them, so I can't speak on them.
This is how we're able to relate to other ethnicities. It's because of the problems, the same problems transcend across other races, especially here in America.
No, we're the most unique group of people with our problems. Other people don't have our problems.
I'm telling you that
their problems, they don't have our problems.
I'm telling you that there's an issue. When we say when we say women are out of order or modern women, we're not just talking about black women. We're talking about all of these heathens over here in America.
I know that, Darwin. I understand that.
And the reason why
I made a point though. I made a point, and Marcus said that girls say ring. What was it, Marcus? Ring by spring.
Yeah, so the point I was making was you saying it's impossible for girls to be raised to go to college and become wives, and I was saying that ring by spring is a thing as it correlates to women in college. Now you took it off and said we're not talking about other ethnicities. Concede. I concede at that point. We ain't have to go down the whole thing
because ring by spring don't apply to us.
No, it applies to everyone. We don't utilize it.
No. That notion, right? We don't utilize, so it don't apply to us. None of us are teaching our daughters ring by spring. We're teaching our children, like Biggie said, get the college plan so she don't need no man. Listen, I posted. Let me share this with y'all before I go to bed. I need to share this.
But coincidentally, my mom got married to my father in her sophomore year of college. Her sister got married in her freshman year, and all my aunts got married to their husband. So I guess you could say they was trained to be wives because my grandfather and grandma was together and are still together. He was a pastor. So I guess they were trained to be wives.
I married my wife right after she got out of college.
And I married
I got my wife.
And I married my high school sweetheart. Does that mean she was raised to be a wife and I was raised to be a husband? No. Sometimes people just get married. That don't mean they was raised to do that. Just like people end up in prison. That don't mean they was raised to go to prison.
Well, you made the argument earlier as if it was an absolute. Now you're saying sometimes people get married.
What?
You made an argument about women being raised a wife. Like you made it seem like nobody was.
No, I'm saying if you're pushing your daughter to college, you're not raising her to be a wife. You're not.
What I'm saying is, from the ages, and I think Trev, I don't know if it was Trev or M. I think from the ages of maybe, I don't know what age you start at, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think that is when these men who have these daughters is trying to teach them deliberately how to become wives or raising them to be wives. Now, when they graduate and let's say they don't meet their husband, are you saying because they went to college, everything you raised them to do from 18 on back down to 10 years old didn't matter? Is that
no? Because if you listen, if you raise a girl to be a wife, she's going to find a husband.
Well, what if she find him in her freshman year or sophomore year in college?
So what? Marry him. But
well, you said if she goes to college, she's not raised to be a wife.
No, I said if you're pushing your kid to college. I didn't say if she goes to college.
What do you mean by pushing your kid?
Oh, listen. Again, I'm gonna use the Biggie lyric. Get my daughter the college plan so she don't need no man. There's fathers out here that wants their daughters to go to college for the purpose of self-sufficiency.
Okay, so instead of all of the metaphor, you could have just said pushing your daughter to go to college means I want you to go to college so you can self-sustain so you don't need a man.
Right, but that's what I said though.
But why can't, how is it out of the realm of possibility that you're saying I'm pushing you to go to college so you can be assisting your family? So now you don't have to run around.
If that's what they were doing, Trev, I would not be arguing this. If that's what they are doing, hey, I want you to go to college so you can get a great job, so you can add to your family. So when your husband is working, he don't have to do all the heavy lifting on his own. You can contribute. That's not what they're teaching their daughters.
What if I told you that a lot of these fathers are saying, hey, look, you graduated high school, you got a 3.2 grade point average. You don't have a boyfriend, you're not engaged, you're not going to get married anytime soon. How about you go and how about you go figure out what do you want to do in life?
Yeah.
And she goes to college.
In a fairy tale.
You don't think that's what they're doing? You don't think that's
no, because if that daughter said, you know what, Dad, I do actually have a guy that I'm interested in, and he's willing to marry me right now. That dad'd be like, hell no.
Really?
Hell no, you going to college.
No, if he's 25, I wouldn't have a problem with it. She still can go to college. But
that's you, Marcus. The average guy will be like, hell no. Let me play this for y'all.
Okay, so now you're saying
let me play this for you real quick and tell me what y'all thoughts are on this, and then listen to this.
Let's talk about all these women who let's say there's not enough men for women in this country, right? Because women outnumber men, not by a whole lot, but like it's like 51%, 49%, something like that, right? But that still can be a tune of like 2 million women, right? So it's a lot more women than men. But none of these women have to pursue careers. These women are pursuing careers at 16, 17 years old, gearing up for college, to not need a man. They're preparing themselves at their adolescent ages to not need men. So when y'all sit here and act like it's a problem, this is a self-inflicted problem, because no boy is going to school so he don't need a woman. There's no boy in college preparing for college so he does not need a woman. In fact, he's going to college to prepare himself to take care of a woman.
Okay, but you're also saying that if all, because let's speak back now, most Black men are not going to college. They can't afford it.
That's not true, man. Let's talk about all these women who, let's say.
What's your thoughts on that?
Well, that's not what you said on the panel tonight, though. I think if you would have said it, like if you would have said that, we would have been able to resonate with what you were saying.
But I didn't say I said that. I'm just showing you a clip that was 3 years ago. I did that.
Well, I think all the guys on here equally agree that women are self-inflicting themselves by training themselves to marry their careers instead of a husband.
But parents,
that's not on the women. That's on the parents.
Parents are doing this. Parents are pushing their kids to college by the age of 16. Most parents in America are pushing their kids to college. The difference between us and other people is they'll say, hey, when you go to college, your eligible suitors are there waiting for you. Ring by spring.
I agree. And that's, but I will be teaching my daughter that.
Well, I think we all agree that parents were sending them to college. But this whole notion that you're not raising them to be wives because you sent them to college. And I'm with Trev on this. I think you can teach them all of the qualities and traits they need to be a wife before they even start picking up a college curriculum. But
okay.
I do understand that there is I don't know if it's an oxymoron or if that's the right term. I do know that there's an issue with teaching them all those years from whatever age you start, 11, 12, all the way up to 17, 18, to be a wife, then say, hey, look, put away what we just taught you and go to college and learn that. I do agree with that.
You can't do that. You can't train someone their whole life and say, put that away and then take this new programming. That's not how it works. That's
Nah,
if that's the case, all these kids that are criminals, we can say, hey man, hey, now you 18, put that away. We're just gonna plug you into college real quick. If we put them kids in the college, they'll flunk out right away. You can't just download new programming once you hit 18 and your focus is just different and you can just implement it and run with it. It don't work that way.
So you have to instill that balance from them from a child. You'd have to instill that balance.
Right. So if you're instilling that, how does a girl who's raised to be a wife switch gears and put off being a wife and focus on college for 4 years so she don't need a man, graduate from college, and then turn back on the wife protocol?
By spring.
No.
Yeah,
Listen
so to turn anything off.
No, listen to what I said. How do you raise her to be a wife? When she hit 18, turn that off and turn on the college protocol to get a degree so you don't need a man, and then graduate with your degree and turn the protocol of being a wife back on. Now that you just had this degree,
you don't. You have to have that balance from when you're young, where you prioritize both.
Yeah.
So most of the different cultures that I interact, most of the girls from different
the
cultures
same way all the other races are doing it that you said are not having these issues.
They parents told them
No. They're not prioritizing both. They're telling them to go to college to get the man.
No, I think what's happening is they're raising them to be wives, and the second phase of them being wives in this modern society is telling them to go and acquire a skill, typically in the form of a college degree, so that you can add to a thriving household or modern relationship.
No, because if you're teaching your daughter to be a wife, you're teaching her to serve her husband. And there's no way she can properly serve her husband if she's working 60 plus hours a week.
We can agree with that, but that's still what they're training. That's still, if you look at society today, that's what's happening. Both parties.
They're not. Listen, gentlemen, telling your daughter something and raising her a particular way are two different things. Two distinctly different things. You could tell your daughter all you want. Hey, make sure you get yourself a husband. I want you to be a wife. I don't want you to just be out here dating people. I want you to date with a purpose. That ain't raising her to be a wife.
Well, what if the conversation is like, hey, look, I want you to be a wife to this man, but I don't want you to go into the relationship without bringing nothing to the table. I want you to be able to cover half of the bill, so I need you to go to college. What if the conversation is like that?
Then that wouldn't be raising her to be a wife, because again, listen, gentlemen,
what would it be raising her to be then?
Her husband.
What is the other term for it then instead?
I don't know what the partnering, maybe. I don't know what the hell that term is.
Well, then let's concede to say that women are being raised to being partners then.
Yeah, and that's a problem. Because men
we're not arguing that it's not a problem. We're just saying that now we've identified what it actually is.
Cool. And I don't have a problem with us agreeing that that's what it is, but I'm just making sure we don't think that that's raising them to be wives, because that's not what we're raising them to do.
So then what is it that the other races are doing to continue to be successful, the model that we should be following?
We got to ask them. I don't know what they're doing. I can't even remotely act like
because they're getting married by spring.
Yeah, but they're doing something different. One thing I know white people do? White people put their teenage daughters on birth control. Black people don't do that.
I was about to say this. One of the things that is unique to the white community, that body count shit really does not matter. Them girls be home in their first 2 years of school, and then end up with
birth control, so they're not getting pregnant. So there's no proof they're home.
Then they end up with the man, and that relationship may or may not work, and then they recycle and get another marriage. They don't stay single after the divorce that long. They be on a second. It's a common thing. They even have a saying: your first wife is for love, your second wife is your first wife is for business, and your second wife is for love, or something like that. Have you ever heard the saying? I might be butchering it.
Yeah, you might be butchering it. I think I know what you're talking about. I think I've heard something similar to that. But look, white girls are typically on birth control in college. That's why they don't have a lot. Like they be talking about, oh, the STD rates is so high in the black community. I'm like, are you crazy? White people got STDs like crazy. White girls don't get pregnant like black girls because they're on birth control and they get abortions too. People act like they don't get abortions, like just black girls get abortions. I don't know a ton about non-black people, so I try not to speak too much about them. But Trev, if you want to know what they're doing different, I think it'll be best to get some white people on this show and then have that conversation with them. Go into some white spaces.
I think White kind of landed the plane on it because he said that it may or may not work when they do get the ring by spring. But that exposes that the whole game plan is to go and get some type of skill and college degree. So when you do get in a marriage, you still retain the skills to be able to navigate from man to man when you decide you're unhappy and you want to break up the marriage. Versus back in the olden days when a woman married without any skill or any education and couldn't work and was stuck in the marriages for the sake of survival. Now that the women can go out and work and earn on their own, when they decide they don't want to put up with your ass anymore, they can file, go back to their day job, and then go try to get with another man.
Okay, but darling, check this out. When black girls go to college, they're going with a purpose to level up and boss up. Even if they're going to get a humanities degree, even if they're going to get a teacher certificate, they don't, in their mind, this thing will solidify that they don't need a man.
Yeah,
they're
but
not going to college.
They can say that, but we all know they still do, and they say they do once they get humbled.
No, listen, when they graduate with it and they realize that their life really ain't going the way they thought it was going to go, they look for a bailout package. See, black women go to college to level up, boss up, to not need a man. If they was going to college to get a man, they will find that man in college. There's not a black woman in America who can go do 4 years in college and not find an eligible suitor while she's in college. Not one.
Well, I get it. I understand what you're saying, but I believe something different. I believe the woman goes, black woman, white woman, whatever you want. Any woman who goes to college before marriage, it's not granted. You got some of them that really have a passion to go find a career and do what they love. But for the most part, I would say these women are going to college to be able to attain some type of skill that they can use to be able to thrive on their own. The moment they're not happy in a relationship or they're not happy in a marriage.
Come on, Darwin. You're telling me that these women are going to college to get a skill that they can provide for themselves in the event their relationships don't work out? Is that what you're telling me?
In the event they get into a relationship where it don't work out, they have the necessary skills to be able to self-sustain. It's a play. It's a play that's been evoked or activated whenever we start allowing women access to education and to jobs on a level where they can self-sustain.
Trev, you believe that?
And I think the whole argument, if you were to go back to the whole argument on why the right was even put in place, a lot of the complaints was because they wasn't able to self-sustain in the event of their being mistreated or even divorced. I think it was as part of, I don't know which wave of feminism, but it was put into play because a lot of women complain about that. Now that they go have access to be able to put themselves in a self-sustaining way, if they do get in a relationship with a man who's abusive or whatever excuse they want to use, they have that safety net to where they can go and work on their own and self-sustain.
Okay. Do you believe that a woman who's working 60 plus hours a week, do you think she could properly serve her husband?
No.
Darwin?
No, I don't believe
No,
she
I
can
don't think she can properly serve her husband.
Okay, so help me understand. When women go to college and get the careers, how many hours a week do you think women with careers, not women with just dead-end jobs they can get without college, women who went to college and they get a degree, bachelor's degree or higher, how many hours a week do you think these women work on average?
Probably 36 to 40 hours.
40 to 60 hours.
I think Trev said it earlier. The stat. I haven't looked it up though, but I think it's around 36 hours.
JR, can you Google and see what the average woman, how many average hours the average woman with a career that requires a degree works?
That'd be the men beating up on them hours. Women generally don't. That's even if they just put it by degree. That's the only way you could get close to it. Let's say you put bachelor's, right? Put a bachelor's degree, which is going to be the majority of them, and say what's the average work week for women with the bachelor's degree? That's how you'll come up with your closest answer.
No. What jobs do y'all know where women are just working 40 hours or less? Like, y'all tell me about these jobs that y'all know that women are working 40 hours or less.
It said 46.5 to 60 hours. What I said, 40 to 60.
That's what I'm saying.
With a bachelor's?
Tell me a woman what woman. Look, I don't look at the chat, but y'all look at the chat. Ask these women in the chat, how many of them are working 36 hours, have a career where they're working 36 to 40 hours with a career?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It said the average is about 40 hours per week.
Okay, let's just say 40 hours per week. What's your point after that?
No, what
I found. 40 hours.
What'd you type in, JR?
What's the average work week for a woman with a bachelor's degree?
What you type in, Marcus?
He loaded it. He loaded the question to Google. That's all right, man.
Hold on. I typed in the average hours a woman with a degree works.
Hey, can somebody look in the chat? I don't even got the chat.
JR pulled it up. You asked JR, he pulled it up, and it said pretty much what I found, which was
Marcus
40.
said something different.
Let's just say 40. That's the average work.
Okay, so what
jobs are going to hold you 40?
What jobs y'all think? So y'all think when women go to school for nursing, they're working less than 40 hours a week?
Nursing is enough. Nursing, if you marry a nurse, you out of your fucking mind. Anyway,
we're not talking about that.
We're
just trying to get women's careers, right? Do y'all think teachers are working less than 40 hours a week?
No.
What jobs? Just give me that so I can wrap this up. Tell me the jobs that y'all know of that women are working 40 hours or less.
Working nights.
I would just say one of them could be a woman working at the Social Security office.
That's not a degree
government job.
Hey,
government job. You work for the IRS. You work for.
It's been real.
Let me get to these super chats right quick.
All right.
JC $5 says Darwin equals Charlie Murphy from Chappelle Show slap. KP $2 says straight crickets. That's what I thought. AP accountability partner $5 says LOL is always about what he provides. Stop providing whatever she is getting out of it. Women scoop. Hashtag majority of women. Meals $36 $2 says we'll relax, get a drink, a real drink, no wine coolers. He says shout out to the show $2. AP accountability partner $5. There isn't a woman on the panel that's holding the homeless sign with their husband. Cut it out. AP again $2 says nor should you. The will 499 says being able to manifest through sex got to be one hell of a nut. Successful MD $2 says soft girl era is pretending for survival. Successful MD $2 says manipulators play the long game. It's evident. The will with the $9.99. People need to realize there's a difference between a married man / woman and being a husband / wife. One is a title and can be faked easily. The other is a mentality that's a lot harder to fake. Successful MD $2 says this when you forget about the Brittany Rentners. AKA $2 says a man should be able to provide independence. D-Rob $5 says I played ball at Iowa and all of them pink toes had black babies and ain't none of them have the problems the black chicks had. D-Rob $5 says majority of the black chicks went to school are single moms anyway. We'll keep hollering at them. Congo English $20. Will M. White, thank you. DJ 49, traditional women encourage their daughters to be educated so they won't end up victims like them. DJ So Lovely 499 says, Will, did your first wife get up?
Oh, no, read it. I just said read it.
Will, did your first wife get educated to protect herself from your abandonment?
Don't answer that, dude.
Bro, let me tell you something. I'm amazed that people they're so invested in my life, and it was like, hey, I'm gonna just keep doing me. You just keep watching it, keep consuming it.
Why do these women be coming for you so much, bro?
I mean, well, listen, I'm gonna just tell you like this. I'm
Triggered, I
gonna
guess.
sign off. The women who come for me, most of the women who come for me wish they was with me.
Oh,
whoa.
You be on the